This is basically I'm just trying to help out other individuals, kind of get started on how to trade futures or stocks. You can looking at my screen. I have the on demand. You're probably wondering how do I have a Nvidia chart running and its tick charts are moving or the candles are moving. I'm actually using the on demand today feature on TOS. This is kind of give us an idea on how to figure out how the market is going to play out. Um, and as we go forward, as time progresses, we could try to pinpoint um, if the market goes the way it goes. I just picked a random date. I don't know what Nvidia is going to do uh, from the chart itself. I'm not really sure what's going to do in the future. We're just going to figure out as we go. Um, Again, if you guys, I'm not sure how many of you guys are into stocks or futures. This is basically the same scenario for everything. Uh, you have to find a pattern that works for you guys. What I do might be a little bit different than what you guys do. I'm just trying to give you guys kind of perspective on how I manage my trades. Where do I enter? What do I use? I just basically starting a clean chart just to get started. Kind of from the basics. Because you have to build a foundation first to move forward uh, as you progress in your trading. Again, you guys could post questions on the comments if you don't have a mic. If you do have a mic, you are more welcome to ask the questions live. Uh, Again, how many of you guys trade futures or stocks? I see there's only a few people in here today. John, I think John's watching and Han Solo's watching. I'm not sure anybody else is watching. What's going on, Han Solo? I got Nvidia. I know you posted a question on NQ, right? Um, we're looking at on-demand feature right now because I want you guys to see how the market reacts um, as we move on. Um, I'm gonna clear all these fibs out real quick. Yeah, we start from a fresh. Yes, let me change my chart that you're viewing on on here and change it to a tick chart real quick. Let's see 4,000. Now this is on demand, okay? This is data that's been um, generated already. I do not know. I just pick a random date. I think the date I picked is August 20. It was just 2 days ago, um, from what we're looking at. So this data has been already been established in the future. Now I'm using on demand as you see here on top. Um, that the numbers are moving. Um, so this is the actual data that is moving. The way I use it, Han Solo, this is a 5-day 4,000 tick chart. So you have a low down here 5 days ago. Well, 5 days from the date that I picked, which is August 20. This is August 20 up here on top. And then 5 days ago down here at the bottom, which is the 17th. Um, if you're not if you don't mind, if anybody that's not speaking, please mute your mic. That way we don't hear anybody's noise background. That way I could explain what's going on. Thank you. Um, so what I do, I start with the Fibonacci's every time, and this is preference. I start from the top and work my way down to the bottom to the low, um, right there. So as you see, moving forward, this is what your prices are based on, and as you see, the Fibonacci's actually can be used as support or resistance at a particular level. Um, so that's how I use the fibs. Once I go into a trade, the tick chart is basically it's not based on time. That's one thing that you have to um, focus on. A tick chart is not based on time. It's not based on volume because it's either here at the bottom, the volume, um, it's basically flat. So you basically pick. This is a 4,000 tick chart. Let me change this so you can see the actual tick. Yes, ma'am. It depends. Sometimes a 4,000 tick chart would take 2 hours to generate 4,000 trades because a tick chart is based on trades and not on is not on time. So whenever down here I have the detail here down here at the bottom. So whenever let me erase that. So whenever this number here, I have it based on 4,000. So it has to have 4,000 trades. So all these here are basically 4,000 trades as you hear. So volume has to, it's based on the exchange contracts. Uh, now if you go 150 ticks is based on 150 trades exchange. You have to exchange 150 times. Um, the 4,000 tick chart is basically a longer time frame, of course, because it's gonna take a lot longer to generate 4,000, you know, trades at that particular level. Um, the way I use it, and the way I started using it, I just started using 4,000 tick charts for the past 2 weeks, and I found myself that I'm able to manage a trade better than, let's say, for example, let's look at um, a 5 minute chart, or I'm not sure what other chart you guys usually use, but I'm gonna go like a 5 minute chart. Um, so you guys can see the difference on a 5 minute chart. Um, see. On the 5 minute chart, it kind of looks the same, depending on like during the day it won't make a lot of difference, but at night, like this area here, like a lot of people will actually like get out of a trade here, and you can, if you see where my cursor is, um, you could get out and take your profits there, but then you could re-enter again, and then you could attack in this long up here on a 5 minute chart. It depends on how you trade. I don't use time frame no more. I look at the 1 hour for long term, but generally I'm now trading based on a 4,000 tick chart. Um, that is my currently preference because it's solely on um, price action. If you because everybody knows. Um, yes, that I am using the on demand because I want you guys to see kind of the how I go by predict. I guess you call predicting the um where I'm gonna enter. You know what I'm saying? And this is basically how I do it. Um, you see, as the fibs come around, it bounces off of this fib, and then it is testing this year. So this is not the only thing I use, though. I do use other indicators. We'll add one. We'll add the MACD. We'll add the MACD, and we'll go from there. We'll get rid of the volume. Volume is irrelevant with the ticks because um, it's based on the amount of contracts that are being traded. No, I've started using default settings on the MACD because the MACD is based on price also, but it's looking at the settings for this. It's looking at the 20, 26, the 12, and the 9, and then the 26 prior, 620, 26 candles back, basically 26 candles back. That's what it makes this basically tracing it. Um, so I started using this crossover. It's right here. So then you have a crossover there. You have a red um, candle with a long wick at the bottom. Okay. Now in the 4,000 tick chart, a long wick at the bottom or long wick on tops is either buyers or seller pressure. Seller pressure. Um, you see this wick here, and then price moved up. Um, that's kind of how you base um, the trend. If you understand what I'm trying to say. Uh, 14, my left, right here, right here, right here, right here. Uh, because you have to I use also this over here. I use there's like a lot of things I could go over, and then you have a trend line right there. Well, let's put it right there. All right, so you put that you could use a trend line on your MACD down here at the bottom, and you could use that as a guide. Um, and then and then hold on, and then once the MACD is still below that, you see this is the zero line here. This purple line here. That's your zero line. All right. Well, kind of crooked now, um, but that's your zero line. Okay. When the MACD is below zero, the trend is still bearish. Okay. Once the MACD like here, okay, it crossed here. Okay. But then it made a reverse here. It did not make a higher than this here. This one over here, the one in the back. So then you could place your trend line there, and you could stay in that trade. Now, if you have this trend line here, well, then you wait for it to basically cross over and basically cross over here, and then your entry would have been, somewhere around here, and then your stop would have been somewhere around here. And your stop, if you enter there and your stop is down here at the bottom, well, guess what? Your stop never got hit because it went back up. And then the MACD is still the blue line. This is basic settings. I normally have a green and a red, but I'm trying to cover as much as I can without me changing colors and stuff and getting you guys confused. So the signal line is this blue line, and then your average is this other one here. So the signal line cross over, but it never, it crossed over, and then here kind of touched it, but it never crossed over back. Now it's above this trend line that we drew earlier. So as long as it's above the trend line, it's gonna go back up. Now this is all simultaneously done. I do it very quick. That it's hard for me to kind of like, this is my plan, and normally I've been taking 1 or 2 trades a week now. I don't trade all day. You know what I'm saying? I don't sit in front of the computer or at charts anymore. I'll find a price that I'm comfortable with. And for example, if I would have taken a short up here, well, then a stop would have been somewhere up here, like 50 points. And then, that I just have a trending stop, and the trending stop will go down. And then if it dropped down here, and then if it reverse 50 points, well, then I'll just get stopped out. And then, but if it doesn't hit those 50 points, well, then the trending stop will continue down here until it hits that trending stop. And then you get out of your trade. Now, what I do is a little bit more riskier. It's not something that I would suggest anybody doing, um, because the fact that I am taking 50 points up here and 50 points on a Nasdaq contract, that's $1,000 or $100, $100 if you're trading the MQs. So that's kind of basically how I do the fibs. Now, whenever, let's say, since this is moving live, let's say for example, I want to take a trade like right now. Like I want to see where I could get a trade. But then I use the extension. I already have my Fibonacci from the 5 days. But then I use the extension. I use basically the extension. Then I could go here or I could go here and then just measure the pullback. And then I measure that. And then that would be my target. Like you could wait for, this is the 38, so you actually could take it here long because it's 4,000. You have a green candle, so you already took out all these reds with this one bar. Okay, so the way I do the ticks is um basically green takes out red. Okay, and then um we go back here and we find red taking out green right here. Now you have green here. Okay, this is green. Now red candle here is below green now. See if you trace there. Now red took out green. This is all green here, for example. So then you would take your entry right below this red, this candle here, right here, and then put your stop down here on top. And then just trail it down here at the bottom, however many points you want. You could take 10, 15, 20, I think what it was, this one here would have been, what does that say? 15 bars, 110, 119 points there from the top to down here at the bottom. And that would have been, around lunchtime to about 2 o'clock. Yeah, to something. Um, so that's one way that you could use the tick chart. Now, I'm not suggesting that is the best method out there, but I have found for me that I could manage my entries better personally. Yes, there's right. So for example, if you wanted to go long, okay, so you have this here, this red bar, okay. So then you have to wait for the next bar to close. So this green bar to close, it has to close above this red bar, okay. So now, if you're looking to go long, you you could retrace this bar alone, like retrace it. Let's say, for example, 30% um, on that bar. Let's see. You can use the fibs and do the same thing, and and then you would wait for that 30% to come back. So yeah, right here, that's 50 is 32. So it touched right at the 32 from there. So you will wait because this is a long bar. You don't. Sometimes I've said don't chase it, and they close. But then this one open with seller pressure. You see this long wick on top? So that's seller pressure there. And then the next one is basically a red doji. So it's undecided, but the sellers, basically took over. And also, as you see this bar here, um, since you done the retracement on this bar to the top, the best way to go long is at the 100%, above the 100%. So then you just either you could wait for the above the 100% depending on the, let's say, this candle here and then this candle here too, and then you wait for this candle green, this is green, so this is confirmation that it's gonna go up because you got one green, two green, took out red, this red bar. That's how I have been using it. Um, Now it takes time to master all the techniques that I've shared with you guys. Um, it takes time to master them. You just have to just like watch the market and just watch it and just see what it's doing. There's the only way that you're gonna become um, basically able to find a strategy that's gonna work. Like here, um, I know I have a lot of fibs now. It's making too much noise. Um, but here you would try to aim like a zone, uh, a two pattern. Basically, what's what I guess a 1-2 punch. You got one leg, pull back, another leg, and it might have another small pullback, and then it's gonna go back up. That's from what I'm seeing. The MACD is crossing over right here at the bottom, as you can see here, slowly, but it's crossing over. Um, the buyers, still green candle, Takatoji green candle. So you still have to wait for confirmation on that. I'm hope I'm not confusing anybody yet. Everybody see here with me? Hope I am. Hope everybody's here. Are you trying to understand? Okay. What do I think go below 19? Right now, I'm using on demand right now. I will get to questions on what's gonna happen or what I think that's gonna happen next week. I'm trying to build a foundation on what I do and what I look for. And the only way for me to do it is by showing it through on demand. It's basically a playback from a previous day on on a particular day. Um, I will look at charts that for next week, and we'll go through them once I'm done with this small presentation on the on demand and explaining why and how I post my trades. Um, any other questions based on the tick charts? You have questions on the Okay. Fibonacci extensions is different than the regular fibs. Okay, the regular fibs you pick 2 points. You could pick whichever you could pick whatever point you pick, the high and low, just 2 points there, and that's your Fibonacci extension. It's just basically 2 points that you pick. Now, if you're looking for a pullback, like if you're looking for an entry that you think um, that you're looking for like a pullback, well then, for example, you could take right here, right here, and this is your pullback, right? Okay. You see it now? Okay. The way I do it, I think she left. Is she still here? Hope she's still here. Um, the way I use the extensions, I use 3 points. Like if I want to pull back, I use there and here and there. That is my pullback. Um, so then I would wait for either the above the 50, anywhere above the 50, the trend will continue. Okay. It depends. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on this indicator down here, the MACD. It depends. No, overbought. That, um, and then let's see what we got. And then I started using. Is it this one? Yeah, yeah. So I started using the stochastic RSI also. Um, and then which one else I have? This on demand. That those you don't have my charts on demand like that. Electrostatic, MACD, the LBR. Uh, yes, there Anna does teach that. Um, so this is my screen usually doesn't look this bad. Normally I have all my indicators over here on the left side, on the right side. I'm sorry, but this is just kind of give you guys a glance how things are. So the thing I do is buyers are coming in because this candle is still green. Okay, this is a 4,000 tick chart, and we could look at the 5 minutes and the 2 minutes, and we could go down that road. and we could look at the difference, compare the candles. Um, the stochastic RSI, well, this is oversold here, so this is would have been oversold right there. Okay, so now if I would have wanted to enter a trade, well then I would have looked at this, okay, at the stochastic RSI, which is oversold. Um, that's one confirmation. And then as you see on the backside, um, I could get my mouse right here also, um, it was oversold, right here. And this is again right there, right there. And then here and here. It patterns repeats itself here, here. Yeah, I don't trade the W and the amp patterns anymore. I've never mastered them. Um, uh, I just don't do it. It's just, I mean, Anna, that's what Anna works does well on the M and W pattern. But for me, I am basing my trades on price action and not just on these indicators. Indicators are helpful, but they are lagging. Um, but that could give you a clue. Like here was oversold, oversold, oversold. And this is right here. Oversold, oversold, oversold. And this is what you're making. You're making an uptrend. See what I'm saying? Even though it's oversold, you're still making you're still making an uptrend. If you want to put a small trend line there, you're still making an uptrend. Even though this here are oversold, so you could wait, and that's what I try to do. I try to make sure my indicators are matching. You see, you understand what I'm trying to say? I just don't enter a trade blindly anymore. Yes, you have to have confirmation on either one, two, three, whatever indicators that you use. You have to have confirmation. Like look at the LDR. It started making, it went above zero, and now it's still above zero. Um, this still, it's overbought, or yeah, overbought, and then this here is turning green or light green, as you see there. So that's another thing that you have to look for. You just can't go blindly whenever you. Okay, so all right, so it depends. Like, everybody knows that everybody's been following my journey on Anna's group and knows that I don't short a lot. I only take longs, and I try to find longs because the market's always gonna go higher regardless. So, for example, if I take a long and I'm down, it's more likely for me to make my money back if just I hold on to it. But now, then again, you have to be careful because if you don't have the capital to hold a long or even a short, well, then you could get liquidated by your broker. So that's kind of why some of my trades um, are it, it takes a little bit of risk. Like I started risking 10 points, then I went to 20, then 30. Now I'm up to 50. You know what I'm saying? So on a particular trade because I don't want to get stopped out. The reason why a lot of new traders are not making any money on this industry is because they're getting stopped out too much. And then whenever they do have a winner, well then they panic and they sell too early, so they never make up for the losses. that they lost on those, the losing trades. So let's say, for example, you take a trade and you get stopped out. Perfect example, right here. Let's say, for example, you take a trade and you saw this here, and you're like, oh, well, maybe the trend's gonna get, it's gonna go lower. So then you enter the trade, regardless of how you enter. You could enter here, let's say, for example, and then you place your stop, halfway in between this candle here. Well, then you still got stopped out right here. So that's a loser trade. So then you get frustrated, and guess what happens? You see this candle here, now you chase, and then you still put your stop, halfway, like to say here, and then it reverses. You got stopped out again. Even though your trade was green down here, you got stopped out. So then it's a loser again. So that's one thing on a smaller accounts. Like I think I posted uh, a $1,000 demo account that I've grew to 10,000. I think on Anna's group. And yes, it is a demo account, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, it's a demo. It's not a real account." No, it's a $1,000 turned into 10,000 within a week. It's a demo account, but you cannot. The only way to grow an account from 1,000 to 10,000 on a demo account, you have to be disciplined. It is manageable. You could grow $1,000 to 10 to 50 to 100. You can. It is possible. Um, but you have to be disciplined. You have to be able to say, okay, well, um, I'm gonna take a short here, but I'm only gonna take 3 points and get out. So NQ 3 points. That's what $60. So you just made $60. Okay. And then you wait, again, and then you decide to chase this candle here. You enter here and you get 3 points. That's another 60. So now how much you got now? 120, right? And then you keep doing it. You keep doing a few times a day, and then by the time you're done by the day, you might be up $500, and it's just taking three. Yes. If you are with Ninja Trader, TraderView, um, AMP, AMP, uh, AMP is a broker. AMP, you could trade NQ for $300. Um, yes, AMP futures you could trade NQ for $300. 300. All you need is at least $1,000 in your account, because if it goes your wrong way, you have to have the space to kind of give you a little bit of room, and then build from there. And that is the only way that somebody starting out will grow an account. Um, I've even mentioned it, and I used to make fun of me because I used to trade NQ and get out at 10 points every time. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? Now I've grown my account and taking those 10-point trades, 10-point trades, 10-point trades, 10-point trades. You know, it's big enough now that I could hold, longer trades. You see what I'm trying to go with this, right? The smaller base hits will build your confidence and build your account. That is the only way that you're gonna be successful in trading. If you're looking at a perspective like myself, like, oh, I took a 50-point profit or 70-point profit, but if you look at the chart, I take drawdown sometimes, and I'm able to hold down through that drawdown because I feel confident on the trade that it's going to turn back around. Um, if I had a small account and I was just starting out, no, 3 points, 5 points, 10 points. 3 points at night is $60. You could get 3 points a night every night. You could get 20 points if you work. If you manage you trade right, you could get 20 points um easily overnight. And you call it a day. 20 points, $20 each. That's 400. And where you gonna make $400 for 20 points? You know what I'm saying? It's only gonna take you maybe 3 or 4 trades, maybe, depending on your risk management. Um, let's see what else. I don't have any questions so far on Facebook. But anything else that you have questions with on here? Like a tick chart is a lot different than a minute chart. Um, I used to trade on the 2 minutes. Let's see, 2 minutes. I do. Uh, it just depends on the mood. To be honest with you. um, so 2 minute, and you could look at on the 2 minute. Um, I guess you could scalp, but if you look at here, you enter here, and you can see my cursor over here on this side. You enter here, but then in the 2 minute, you would have FOMO out. You would have got out. See, you would have got out here, and you would have said, "Oh, I'm just like the loser." But look at the 4,000 tick chart. See what I'm saying? This area here is this area here. See the 4,000 tick chart? More confidence you could stay in that trade compared to this choppiness here. But I used to trade on the 2 minutes. I'm not saying the 2 minutes not a good chart to trade in, or 3. I think it's, yeah, 3 minutes there. It's not a good way to use it. I'm just showing you what has been worked for me, and I'm just showing you guys some of the success and what I found um, in the market by doing it this way. Yes, I am only using 4,000 tick chart now. My trades are based on 4,000 tick chart for the past 2 weeks. I've shared a few of my profits using that tick chart in the past few weeks in other groups. Um, because it's based on price action. You could use like 1,000 tick chart if you want to track a trade a little bit like a smaller swings. A 1,000 tick chart is still beneficial because it's still giving you the price action based on the 1,000 tick chart. See the 1,000 tick chart. I mean, you can still use it. You can still manage the trade and follow the trend. And that's what I'm trying to focus on and try to explain that a tick chart is based on price action and not time uh, on the candle. So if you study candles, you can see that if an engulfing candle takes out another candle, the trend is possibly going to switch. A doji, depending on the color it is, so it's a possible reversal. Long wicks on top, buyers, sellers are coming in. Long wicks at the bottom, I'm sorry, long wicks on top, sellers coming in. Long wicks at the bottom, buyers are coming in. The the minute chart. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not. This is all what has worked for me. Uh, like you see on my time frames. I've tried all these time frames that are on this on demand. Because I backtest everything. Um, I tried everything that I do now on my trading. I backtest on demand. When it works. Sometimes it doesn't want to work, and then I just practice on there when the market's closed. And this is the easiest way to get familiar with, if you have TOS, to get familiar on, to get more comfortable. You could practice on here. You could take a trade. You could buy. You could sell. I mean, you could do anything here. Um, so it's a very neat feature for somebody that's just starting out. When the market's closed, no, I don't do live trading. I've been asked by a lot of people to do live trading, but it puts more pressure for me to put out trades. And I've seen that in other YouTube video guys where they go live and then they start talking and they try to find a trade, and then they lose focus on the trade itself or the trend. And sometimes they just get out, take profits too early just to show that they're profitable and stuff. Um, for me, personally, not looking forward to do live trading anytime soon. Because I could take a $5,000-6,000 drawdown and hold, and then the trend would reverse. Um, before somebody starting out, that might not be the case. See what I'm saying? I don't want to put somebody in the. Yes, and I don't want to be put in that situation to where somebody's coming into the live chat or during market hours and then taking my trades. I could take a hit, and then they're like, "Oh, well, I lost money because I took your trade." I mean, I don't want to be that person to have the blame for somebody else's account. Um, but I I trade whenever I find an entry, I trade it. I will add my other indicators while I'm here. I use the SMA. Like, I start with a blank chart. Uh, Simple. Like, I start with a blank chart, so that way people could understand from the, because you have to build a foundation. If you don't have a foundation, you are gonna are you gonna you're gonna have trouble. So use the 13. I'm gonna change. I leave that to blue, like this, a little bit bigger. 24, not 21. 21. 34. And then I'm gonna add the 200 in a minute. 34. Uh, just a tad, not much, but um, like, I tried it, the what's the whole HUL moving average. That one works. Like, that one could actually um give you a little bit of confirmation on when the trend is gonna change. Um, yeah, the whole HUL. I'll put it I'll put it on the screen in a minute. Um, the 200 will change this to, I reckon, orange, red. I don't even know what color is that. And then I'll add the VWAP. I don't need the ban- Yes, I'm going like, yes, yeah, Yes, I am. I'm gonna. This is on demand. I came with a clean chart. So that way people could see from the start to kind of the finish on how I managed to enter my trades and why. Um, that way they have. I have a lot of people that are fairly new, so I'm trying to not this one. I don't need this one. I'm not trying to get them so confused. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff at one to one person. It's like wow, what is this guy doing? You know, why is he using all these indicators? I don't use open interest there. Did it plot? Yeah, it did plot the daily. All right, so this is the VWAP, the daily and the weekly. No, I didn't change it to weekly. Hold on. The this one here. Change it a week. All right, so this is how essentially my chart looks on. Now my indicators are over here on this side. Like I have all my indicators sitting basically on this side. I won't have a. Let's see if I could save this indicators and kind of show you what I mean. Call it one. And load them over here. And then I'll take the graph off. Take the volume out. And then over here, all right, so I hope you guys can see this. Now this I have to change it up. Send my tick chart, which is no, it's 1,000 tick chart. All right, so this is essentially how my screen usually looks. I have my indicators on one side and then my graph on the other. Kind of gives me kind of a confirmation on what's gonna happen. So kind of have it kind of like that. Um, it's kind of a quick setup. Now you could take the time and change the colors and have whatever preference you want to do. All right, so the daily is the purple, the weekly is the white one. Okay, that's for the VWAP. A lot of people trade the VWAP um, daily or weekly depending on their preference. Um, and a lot of people that's how a lot of people trade it. And I do it the same way, but I do it with um, more of a confirmation. This is the 200 here. So we all know anything above the 200 is bullish. See, there's 200 here is bullish. The VWAPs, a weekly and the daily, are together basically. And normally buyers are willing to either pay lower than the average price because it's evaluated average price for the VWAP. If anybody doesn't know what VWAP stands for, um, so people tend to buy below it, and you could see as the previous day are stuff got picked up here. it got picked up there. I mean, you could have taken a long here and then go to the VWAP and then got out, or you could short it below the VWAP. As long as it's below the 200, then it's a short. Just as long as it's below the 200. So a lot of I've watched a lot of videos and a lot of huge people that been in this market for 15, 20, 30, 40 years, and people use the 200 and the 200, the 20 and the 200. That's what most of them use. I got 21 just to kind of give me a little bit of room, um, and so I still have the 200. uh, Now the tick charts again is based on price and not time. And now if we go to a price chart, the the time chart, that's gonna change. Let's try 5 minutes. Go back here. I mean, it took a while to get above that 200. Just comparing charts. I mean, you still above the 200 is still long, and below is still short. On even on a time frame, it's just a preference on how people want to trade. There is no right or wrong way to trade the market. You just have to find something that works for you. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm recording it today. I'll have it posted on my YouTube channel. I'll post the link where it says YouTube on. Yes, everything. Not all my YouTube videos I posted here, but yes, I do have where it says YouTube on the channel. Just click on that. There's a few videos on the MACD and the RSI. I think I made it a couple weeks ago. Um, and there's other videos on my channel. The technique that I would give anybody from this video is basically price action. The market moves based on price, not on time. If you could master and you could learn price action, you will be very successful in this market. And the tick charts is basically that's what it is. It's basically based on price, not on a time frame or the amount of contracts changed, exchanged and stuff, not on a time frame. Because a 5 minute could be different than a 2000 tick chart. Um, so if I was new coming and I was watching this from somebody else, I would try to mimic their strategy, but not on a live account. I would go like I'm doing right now on demand and just pick a random date, work through every little process that individual trader took, and maybe I could mimic slowly um, their trades. And then, of course, when the market's open, you could all people use paper trade accounts, and you could also do it on a paper trade account during market hours. This is what I like about the TOS feature because it has a playback. You could practice, you could take trades. Yes, they're instantly filled, um, because you not have to wait like you do on a live market. When your contract is filled, um, based on when you entered. If there's enough buyers to cover the sellers, but then all those contracts get filled at one time, and that's when you see the spikes up or the spikes down because also all those contracts got filled at at the same price. Uh, I don't personally. I don't like the ES. I've traded the ES in the past, it's just too slow for me. I mean, I could focus on the S if anybody else wants me to focus on the S. I mainly trade now the NQ and silver for the past 2 weeks. My main ones when I first I started with micros, when I first started trading. Then I started with the micros, MES and the M and Q, the NYM. Um, then the ES was just too slow for me, so then I just started sticking with the micro NQ and the micro DAO. And that's how I was able to build some of my money. And then I transitioned to the minis playing the ES, and again, it was just too slow. I didn't have the patience to stay on a trade like that. I wanted to get, I wanted to build my account fast enough to where, um, I could, do this full time. Um, so then I did the NQs, trading 3 points, 5 points, 10 points, and I just did that, consistently. And now my account is large enough to where I could take a 50-point stop loss on an NQ contract compared to, a 5 and a 10 point stop loss. So that's kind of the benefit when you take in those baby steps. You're able to build your account big enough to where you're able to take a little bit more heat and hoping to have a larger, 1-to-1 ratio. If I took like Friday, I had a 50-point stop loss, and it ended up with, I think, 65 on one trade. And then I took the reversal, same scenario, 50-point stop loss, and ended up with another 60 points on it. So I ended up, 1-to-1 on those trades. Um, if I would have kept that long on Friday, that I would have made, over 100 points on that one. But I was, kind of debating on the candle. It was giving me a bad candle. I didn't like it, so I just got out early enough where it's not bad to take your profits. One thing is not taking your profits, and then the trade turns back around against you, and then you're thinking, oh, well, maybe I should have exit out, but it's too late now because now the trade is against you. Either you stick on the trade and take the drawdown and hoping that it turns back around, or just exit the trade and then try to find your next entry. Now, for new traders, no, I don't know. I don't suggest anybody, if you're starting out, I don't suggest anybody taking a 50-point stop loss. You have to manage your risk accordingly to the kind of size that you have. Um, so I don't suggest taking a 50-point stop loss on a $10,000 account or even a $5,000 account. You know what I'm saying? There's just too much risk for the amount of size. Yeah, yeah. I did short it on Friday. Um, I shorted on Friday at the top, and that's how I got those 60 points on that first trade. Um, but it's I personally don't like to short. Personally, I've gone burned a few times. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about a couple thousand. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking big money. You know what I'm saying? On a short position that I was able to manage and recover back. Um, but for somebody that is new, the market would always be bullish. You just have to wait for the right time. Like if you play the VWAP perspective, you would always find a long entry above it. Always. You just have to be patient. A lot of people think that you have to trade every day. You don't have to trade every day. You just have to wait for those entries to come along. And TOS makes it easier. You could actually, if you want to set up alert, um, let's see if I could set up an alert here real quick. If I could find the alert button. But you could set up alerts on TOS, like custom alerts that am I looking at it wrong? Custom alerts where if you're looking for a particular crossover, um, I guess the on demand don't have alerts. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see the alerts on demand. No, I do. I trade on TOS. I started on AMP Trader when I first started trading futures. That's what I say. AMP it costs you $300 to trade an NQ contract, compared to 17,000 I think it's now for the NQ. Um, Now you cannot hold with AMP trade and futures unless you have the full margin. Okay. The reason move from AMP to TOS is because I could easily take a trade and not get liquidated on TOS as easy as AMP, and it keeps you better managing your money. If you know what I'm saying. Like if I had the same size account that I have now with TOS on AMP, I'll be tempted basically to take, let's say, 20 contracts compared to my normal two or four. See what I'm saying? Because I'm able to buy more contracts at $300 instead of, with 17,000 over there in AMP. You do the math how many contracts you could buy with 17,000 at $300 at NQ contract. See what I'm saying? It's a little. Sometimes people get a little bit tempted because they have the margin to buy more contracts, and that's one thing that TOS has allowed me to keep my contract size comfortable at is, 2 to 4 and NQ. That's what I normally trade. Um, and like I said, I get out. I put a trailing stop, and whenever that trailing stop hits, that's my exit out. If it gets hit, I'll just take the loss and find my next trade. You know, um, and that's how. Uh, somebody told me that when you're trading, it's boring. It's because you're making money. So obviously, I guess my trading sometimes is boring. You know what I'm saying? So when you get to the point where your trading is like boring and you're doing something right, you're not chasing the markets. Once you, yeah, well, um, but back to the charting. Uh, for somebody new that's starting out, because this is kind of trying to teach people, trying to. I know some people are more experienced than me, and if anybody wants to chime in on some of their experiences and stuff, they're more welcome to share with the group. Um, but for somebody new coming in, uh, the risk management is your number one key. You have to learn how to risk manage your account. If you don't do it, it's just gonna be blowing and blowing and blowing your account. Also, you have to find a strategy where you're not chasing the the market. If you're chasing the market, you are gonna get hammered. If I mean, let's say for example, on this here, I mean, you chase it. Yeah, it's good profits, but then you get greedy, and somebody new, like I've been there. I was new at some point. I'm still new. You get greedy, and you're like, oh, this thing's gonna go up to the moon, and then it drops. And you're like, oh yeah, maybe it's gonna go back up, but maybe well here it did, but it maybe doesn't. It comes back down here. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you take your profits there. If you play in the VWAP, you go long to the VWAP and then you exit. Yeah, it went higher, and you're like, oh well, I could have made extra money or X amount of dollars more, blah blah blah. But if you don't have a plan, um, that's what's gonna happen. You're always gonna second guess yourself. And once you start making a plan for yourself, like, all right, well, I long here, and then I exit at the weekly, and I'm done. I'm happy with that. Yeah, it still could go back up, but I'm not gonna chase all this stuff up here. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy with here and here, and and be done. Then some people are like, oh, if they exit here, for example, but then they start chasing here, and sometimes it reverses back, and they're like, oh, I'm down 10 points, and then they exit, so they stop loss, and then they do it again, stop again, and then they go again and got stopped again, and then all the money that you make down here, now you lost it over here on this jibber jabber on top. So over trading is something that I did. I've been there, and I try to tell everybody, you don't need to make your trading complicated. You do not need to trade 10 contracts, 15 contracts to make decent money. One contract, two contracts, and just find the perfect entry and manage your risk. Two contracts at 3 points is 120. $120 on an NQ. You do that three times, that's 360. I mean, where are you gonna make $360 in, 30 minutes, for example? You know what I'm saying? And you just have to build your account baby steps. I mean, that's my advice to anybody that's coming in new and trying to find their way um, into the market. AMP, AMP Futures, AMP Futures. Their commissions are about the same as Ninja Trader. Things like $3, $4, something around there, round trip. Um, yes, I am funded trader with Topstep. That's what. Yes, yes. Yeah, Tradeovate. You could get them, and you could get the lifetime membership with them, and you basically just pay exchange fees. It's like $2,000 for the year, I think, but you only pay exchange fees. Um, for Yeah, yeah. If you do a lot of contracts at lifetime, is the way to go. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna rack up $2,000 worth of fees very, very fast. Um, but the Top Step is another reason why I also do futures. It has taught me to basically risk manage. You get, was that $1,000, I think, on a 50K account or something like that, or 500 on a 30,000. I'm not looking at it. I forgot. I know the 100 fit. I think the 100. Yeah, but they're great. As long as you're able not to keep the not break any rules, you'll be okay. But for anybody starting, let's say if you're doing a step top step um account, and you do, let's say, 4 resets. I think they changed the promo now. I think I got an email about new promos for combines and stuff now. Um, but if you're doing a lot of resets, I suggest just practice before you even trying to do like a funded trading combine for either Top Step or Lilo or to trade. Uh, I think. trade to you or something like that. That's another one. There's a few other companies that actually give you money for to get funded, even on stocks. You get funded to trade stocks now through other companies, not just futures. Um, but yes, yes, and that's another thing. A lot of people are like, oh well, like I took that $1,000 demo account, turned it to five, but to three first, and then five, then 10, then 50, and a lot of it's like, oh well, that's just a demo account. I said, well, I want you to show me if you could grow a $1,000 demo account into three and five and 10, 15. You know what I'm saying? I want you guys show me that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in other groups and I posted you know, just the progress that I was making on that $1,000 demo account. And you don't have a lot of room, you know what I'm saying, with $1,000 demo account to trade, futures. AMP allows you to set your demo account size, and they will treat it the same way if it was a real account. You go below a certain, no, minis with no, you don't. So one contract, and I was, taking the demo, taking 3 points here, 3 points there, 3 points here, 3 points there. You know what I'm saying? 5 points in, five here, five there, and then 10. And then, eventually I was able to take more than one contract, and then I was able to push it to 10, and then 15, 20, 50K. Um, but it takes a while to get that kind of discipline. It's not gonna come, it's not gonna come like today you start and then tomorrow you're gonna be very disciplined to trade futures. It's just not gonna come. It's gonna take a while. Um, but like I said, AMP allows you if you have an AMP account. Yeah, I think Ninja Trader is another one. I think they allow you to set your account size, and then you just practice on that. If you cannot grow a $1,000 demo account, you do not need to be trading futures. That is just basically my opinion. If you could take a $1,000 demo account and grow it, well then you should have the confidence to take $1,000 of your money and do the same thing and grow it that way. See what I'm saying? Um, the like I said, AMP is $300 for a mini, 30 dollars or $40 for a micro, $1,000. You could trade micros for till you kind of get confident, and you could take 50 points on a micro on $1,000. You know what I'm saying? It's like trading with 10,000. Um, so that's kind of my opinion on that. So how are you doing on the combine? You doing good on the combine so far? Or you're still working on it? Right. Yes, I'm glad that it's working out for you. Like I said, it's one of those things that it's not easy. Passing a combine is not easy because you have this all these rules. You know what I'm saying, that you have to learn and you have to go by. But it teaches you discipline though. If you don't have that discipline, you're not gonna be successful. So you have to have that discipline um before you. Right. 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 Yeah. That the micros is beneficial. Like let's say for example, this is a 5 days. Yeah, it is a 5 days. So let's say if you would have waited for this pullback down here at the bottom of the micro, then just roll it, just hold it to, let's say, up here. We all know it already hit this price target because this is 3 days ago. I think this is time frame for 3 days ago. So if you would have held that micro from here and the bottom to here, you would have made decent money in just one micro. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's what that 1300, I think, or 1500, I think, to hold it overnight, if I'm not mistaken. Around that price, I think, for an NQ. Yeah, to keep it overnight. Okay, see, so I mean, you keep an overnight swing. You could swing it um earlier. Or if you wait till next election, well, then you wait till February, buy December contracts, and just hold them till December. You know what I'm saying? Every year in election year, it just drops. You know what I'm saying? Um, so any other questions regarding what I use to trade with before I go into next week's predictions that I have? No other questions. All right, so let's go real quick off on demand and let's go look at current markets. All right, so this is what we end up with um yesterday. Yeah, we ended up what 11,561 on NQ. So this is I start with my charting with 5 days. Sometimes I go 10 depending on the mood I'm in. But since I use my tick chart, I'm just gonna use my tick chart here, and then we'll go and start doing our planning for next week. So the way I do it, I usually start with my fibs. I go from the top, whatever top it is. Here was a few days, and here was a few days. Here was a few days ago, and then go all the way to the bottom of that time frame. And this is a 4,005-day tick chart. So basically, I take it from here and then just follow it all the way to the bottom of that. And then that will give my overall for the week. This is the overall week prices that I am looking at currently. Let's see what we got. The 88.6 extension at the 526 area for NQ. Um, so it looks like we could do a pullback on the extension. It could go from here to there. So we did from here, from this point here to this point here, and then we got our pullback right here. um, so I took here, so that was my first one. Okay. Then I went to the top, which is the high, and then the pullback right here. You could pick, yeah, you could pick here, and you could also do it that way. Let me focus on that point there too. But the price is not gonna make much of a difference. They say, so which point you want to go, from here to the top, or here to here, and to this pullback? How do you want to do this? You want to go all the way to the top, and then, all right, so we go all the way to the top, and then we go. You go down here all the way to the bottom at the wick, but I don't like wick so much, so I just go to the basically to there, and then you could zoom in, and essentially you still have the same, almost the same levels. See what I'm saying? You got, see how they crossing here? You're crossing here at this level here, you're crossing here, and then you got some over here. So that would be your price levels on based on the fib. So it's basically the same. It's based on percentage. The fibs are just percentages. So regard of where you pick your points, you're still gonna get similar price points on where you trace them. See what I'm trying to say? Maybe. Or I'm losing. Am I losing you? Are you still with me? I'm not sure if I explain or explain it clear. Okay. Yes, like I did my overall price. Okay. My this is down here at the bottom. This is the low from 5 days ago. Okay. And the high. That is my, this is the main fib. This is your main fib. Okay. NQ will get back at 50 regardless. NQ is gonna come back to 50%. It's just a matter of time when. Okay. So this low is always gonna be down there at the bottom until we break this low again. So this fib is gonna continue to go higher, and this 50 is gonna continue to move. But eventually, the 50 is gonna, this long period 50 is going to get touched at what, some point, either a few weeks from now or a few days later. Um, you get touched a few times. Now, this is just kind of the week, because we don't have a if you go back at the hourly chart, let's do, we don't have, and I mean, you got supports here, and then you got here at this level here, um, and then you got some over here now, since it looks like it wants to go back up. But then you could take this. Some people trade on the 30-day. Um, depend. This is the fibs are one of those things that you have to, depending on what time frame and depending on how your trading is, there's something that you have to like figure out, because you could take this fib here and then trace it down back here, down here at the bottom, and then your 50 is right here, this line here. For this, is it 30 days now? Yeah, 30 days is for this. This is your trading for 30 days. So now it depends on your trading. So that's where the extensions come kind of in play, because your extensions are based on, I said, small pullbacks, and then you could manage your entrance at that point. Um, let's say, for example, let's say none of that. Let's pretend, yeah, none of the front. Like, let's pretend that anything up over here on the right side is not there. So you could use your extensions to say you could take this point here and then place it there and then come back down here. So now I do have it color coded, like the 50 and the 38 are green. Then I have other colors white. It's a 68, I think, and the 78, 67, 78, and then I have another one for the 88, then 23, and then the 14 are different color coded. But this is our retracement here, from here to here to the pullback. Now, the way I trade the fibs, anything above 50, if I'm going long, it's bullish. So I'll wait for this 50% to hit, and depending on the candles, like here, I got wick on top, wick on top, wick on top, wick on top. So now this is giving me a clue that this is a bearish trend. So anything below the 50 is bearish. So if you would have taken a trade anywhere in these wicks, put your stop like above that, your stop would have never got hit, and then you would have followed back down to the 23 or even the 14%. Either or. I mean, you could exit here, and then you would have got, some profit there. Or you would have got it on this candle, these two candles here. And you still would have got profit there. Um, Now anything above 50, then you can still take it. Like if you would have gone above 50, well then you take your trade at the 50 and you place it below on the bottom of that fib, the 38. If you have a small account, now I probably would have like, gone below this candle here, so my stop probably would have been down here somewhere. But if you're just starting out, um, that's what that's how I would have taken the trade. I would have taken above the 50, and then my stop would have been down here below the 38. And as you see, it went up. How you could got out over here if you wanted to, depending on your risk management. But it then came back down to kind of your entry at the 50. So then you would have been like, oh, maybe I should have just got out. So basically, your targets are your fibs. You go long at the 50, you aim for the 76, and you get out. Yeah, sometimes you'll go to the 88. And hindsight, most of the time, but you can't get greedy. That's why you have to have a plan. Like if I enter at the 50, well then my exit will be down here. Or if I have a trailing stop, then my trailing stop will go, and then once it comes back down to my stop loss, well then I'll just get taken out with the trailing stop, and that's how I'm able to hold my trades longer now, because now I have a trailing stop, and I just don't worry about it. If it gets hit, it gets hit. If it don't get hit, you know, I'm happy as long as I'm making decent money. Um, so that's one thing that I've also learned, that if you have a stop, always take your stop. You always have another entry. If you went long here and then you know you put your stop, let's say right there on the VWAP, and then you would have got stopped out. You see what I'm saying? You would have got stopped out, but then your next entry would have been above here, because now remember, green takes out red, which you took it out right here in this candle here, and you would have long it, and then you would have got out somewhere up here. And same way, you know, um, red taking out green, so then you would have got your entry somewhere around here, and then your stop would have been up here somewhere. I'm hoping I'm not confusing a lot of people. If I am, I could slow down and kind of move a little bit slower. Am I confusing anybody yet, or everybody still with me? Continue. Let's continue. I reckon. Um. So, what I think on Monday, this is what we got. See what our fancy indicators tells us what is gonna happen on Monday. All right, so the MACD is showing us a down pattern right here. So that's a downward, and then we have another one here, and then we have another one here. So pattern indicators are showing that we are either gonna go lower, and hold on, MACD is showing lower too, I think. Yeah, it is showing lower right here. So price for Monday, um, hindsight of course, because this could backfire. From the basically indicators alone, it is seller pressure. We are probably continue to sell off um, on Monday. Um, might hit this 50% again, which is the 537 area. So the 537 area could get hit one more time before it continues to make another move, depending on how the other markets move. The NQ doesn't tend to follow. It's like the runaway kid. Sometimes it's green when the ES and the Dow are red, or vice versa. But that's basically the plan uh, for Sunday. If we do go up, it's gonna be up in the 590 area. Maybe I don't want to push it at 600 area, and then sell off again to this 100% area again to the 578. Um, if you guys are looking too long, I would wait for it to retrace back to the daily VWAP. As you guys see, as previous day, let me extend this. Um, it got at the daily VWAP, which I think is gonna do the same thing as of Friday. I think we'll have a buyers coming in, forming long candles, and then 3 hours, maybe 4 hours into the market, around 10 o'clock, if we do have a push higher around 10 o'clock, we could have a sell off, and that would go into um, about 4 in the morning, possibly 4 in the morning, probably longer, depending. Um, Let me see. Yeah, I think it was 4 in the morning. It got reversed. 7 in the morning, 4. Yeah, because the European session opens around 3 o'clock or so. That's something you have to look for. Again, right here is the daily VWAP. It's below. It's short if it's above. If it's long, but you also have to look at the um, previous candles. Like it failed to get above here. So that is a confirmation 1, VWAPs 2, candle size is 3. And then you could use this moving averages to confirm. This is a 34. Once it breaks at 34, it's confirmation 4 that this is going to continue lower. And then again, once it gets above the 13, which is this blue line, it's confirmation to go long. Now you could use the whole moving average to help you find the reversal. Also, if you guys want to add that on there, and that is number 14 on that. And then you could change these to make it fit the colors that you want. Make it thicker. So there you go. That's your whole moving average. As you see, it also confirmed trend reversal. It's above it, and then this one close above, and then this one open, then it can continue higher. So you could use also that to confirm trend reversals on large, drops or large pullbacks. Let's see here again, it was below, open below, and it just sold off a little. Then it crossed again above, and then it's a long. Then again it crossed down. You just have to find a way to manage the this moving average, because as you see, it could cross over numbers of times, and then you just get chopped around. Um, you're long somewhere, or you're short here, and then you don't exit here. Well, then you trade. You would have got stopped out or lost money there. That's why you had to like this here is just too much choppiness. So you have to wait for a better confirmation, like the other EMAs, like above the 13. It's long. Above below the 34 is short. That orange one or yellow one. You could guys pick whatever colors you guys want to choose, and just remember those colors. Below that is just short, and then you could take your profits depending on how much profits you guys want to take. But that is my opinion for NQ. Target is 530 area, 535 area as a pullback. If that fails, we are going back down to the 500s or maybe 490s. If it holds that area, we can continue to go back to the highs, or even making a new high, to the 600 plus for next week, just depending how the market opens on Sunday. Somebody, any other questions? I know somebody had a question on gold. I don't know if Rikita's still in the group. I know she had a question on gold. Anybody else has a question on NQ before I go to other charts? If you guys want me to look at ES, I'll gladly look at ES. All right, we're moving to ES. No questions. If you guys still have questions, just post them on the comments or let me know. Yes. All right. Yes. I don't trade ES because it moves so slow, but I will chime in on what I think on ES. So we have a low down here and already a double top on top. So yes, start with your fibs, work your way down. That is your general perspective on what the market is currently doing. Let's see here. So we got the 50 at the 33.70 for right now. We got the 78.6 fib at the 385, the 618 at the 376. Um, let's see what the it did the same thing as NQ back here. It opened higher and then went below weekly VWAP and then it just failed to recover on that perspective. Um, so I know a lot of people say the WM patterns. I'm guessing you guys are gonna like this one because it's making a huge M right here, and it probably continue lower depending. So that is your M pattern here. A lot of people like the M pattern, so that's obviously M pattern there. Um, so the ES could continue to sell off just by looking at these candles. This is the 34, is kissing it basically. It's below it, or okay, I don't know what was that about. Um, but yes, the ES is below, so you got the H, the whole moving average. It's below, it's basically above it. The 13 crossed over the 21. Okay, so it's crossing over. So now this 13, if we cross over the basically 34, it's gonna do something like this. Now if ES stays below this 34, it will continue to sell off. Now if it gets above that 34 and above this 13, well then we could push higher. Um, that is my perspective on the ES. For now, you got basically a battle here and a battle here. It failed to break it. And this is 4,000 tick chart. So this is contract traded. So you got one, two, three, four, five candles. This is on Friday morning. No, yeah, Friday afternoon. And then you got after hours. You got one, two, three, four again on that top price. It failed to break it. It failed to break this area here. So for me, and I said I don't trade it ES. I'm just chiming in on what I see on based on the chart. Um, now we could go to the indicators and see if we have any confirmation over there. All right, so what we got on the MACD? Well, the MACD is interesting. All right, so the MACD basically made a higher high here, but it's currently trending down. And then we have this here. So on the MACD itself, is kind of on a squeeze just by looking at it. Um, it the MACD back here we made lower, then it made a lower high, then a lower high, and then it just right there, same level as here. The signal is still pushing on a down position. Now, if it gets below the zero line, now it's a key confirmation. If it goes below here, key confirmation that it's going to be a huge sell-off or some kind of sell-off. Let's see, we got down here. So then, if you're looking for entry, and this is just solely on based on the chart, I will wait, put an alert somewhere, wait till the MACD gets down here at this bottom level, and wait for it to come back. If there should be a sell-off, it's probably gonna hit this level around here. It hit it, yeah, back here. Got one. Then you got this level here on the MACD. So that would be you kind of will have to wait. If we have a sell-off, you wait right there. That's one. That's your spy signals there, basically. Um, and then you go from there. So that's just basically on just using the MACD as a potential entry points. If I could find that. Yeah, so that bottom piece will really be right here. So this big spike down here, and then the last one, yeah, right here on this bottom, right here. So if you wait for those areas there, you could probably get a nice swing to go long. Those spikes there at the bottom. That is how I use sometimes the MACD. I go find the patterns like this here, here, right here. You got there, and then you got here, then here. So then your next entry would be somewhere around here. But if it sells off like here and goes all the way down, well then I'll wait for it to come back to this area here, and then look to long from there. Short, you have this here too, that area there. So if you're looking to short, you just have to wait for the MACD to come back to that level and see if you can find an entry there that confirms. You have to confirm the chart with your trend line or the average moving price if you use those. Then you go to the indicators and then see what the indicator is doing, and then based on that you could take a trade um, based on that. That's the stochastic RSI. It's doing the same thing. It's basically on the oversold area. So by this chart here, basically saying it's oversold, is ready to pull make a higher. Because as you see here, it didn't fall below that level there. That level there. You got here, 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 here. And then right here is that point here. And then right there where the my cursor is that other bottom there. So that's another way that you guys can use how to find entrance. Then LBR is another and you could look at it also. If you guys do use the LBR to make a trend, um, we'll find a trade. It's making kind of a higher high like that. So as long as the LBR stays above zero, we're gonna be definitely going higher. This could just be a small pullback. Any questions on the ES so far? No questions? No questions? Maybe. Yes, I am. I am recording this, Rain. Um, I think it's recording. Yeah, it's still recording. I'm not sure how much memory I got left, but it is recording according to the recorder thingy. Um, but any other questions on the ES or any other instrument you guys want me to look at? Gold? You want me to look at gold? Yeah, I'm going to gold in a minute. No. Anybody else has questions on the ES? Last call for the ES? No. All right, we're moving up to gold. Now somebody asked a question on gold. We are going to gold. I think it's CG. All right, so this is our chart for gold, which this is a 4,000 tick chart again. We're looking at it. We are gonna start from, like I do everything. We're gonna start from the top all the way to the bottom of gold. But since it's in a downtrend, we're gonna do the opposite way. So we're gonna start from the bottom and we're gonna move higher. All right, so this is our gold chart. If I could get my something work fine. All right, for those that are looking to trade gold, this is what I see. Let's look at these indicators. Um, I will upload it to my YouTube channel. Um, that is how you could get a copy of this video. Um, the link on my YouTube is on the side left where it says YouTube. Um, just hit one of those links and you will be um, routed to my YouTube channel. If you guys remember, if you like the content, just subscribe and so that way I can keep motivated to continue to be live for 2+ hours. Um, all right, so gold. This is interesting. Gold is above the daily VWAP. Where is my weekly? My weekly is way up there on top. Which I am assuming, well, not assuming. I am thinking. I am thinking that it will go back to that 50%, which is 1970 50. I think that next week will touch that level sometime next week. I'm not saying on Monday. I'm just saying next week. Um, we have a uptrend pattern here. If you guys do up trend lines, that is your trend line pattern there. Um, the way I use it, and I'm pretty sure, hopefully everybody knows how to use a trend line. If it keeps up, you stay bullish. If it breaks below here, well, guess what? It's bearish, so it's gonna come back down um, to test again the 1929. That is my prediction so far on gold, based on the chart I am looking for. Is this the 200 moving average, which is kissing it right now, right there. Um, as long as gold stays above that 200 moving average, it will continue to be bullish. Depending, yes. When it starts curling up, like it has to go this. Okay. So if you want a long gold, you could go long on gold. Let's say this is the 13, the yellow is a 21, and the green is a 34. All right. So where is my yellow? This is my yellow here. Or let's see, I have so much stuff now. Um, the yellow. Okay, so the blue one is the 13. S SMA. Yellow's 21. Yellow's 21. Green is 30, 34, and this is the HULL, the whole moving average. That is 14. And then the orange is 200. The dotted one is the daily VWAP. I'm continue to have problems pronouncing that VWAP. Um, so let's extend this real quick so we can see it. What is it doing? All right, so the yellow is right here. Yeah, so the yellow is the 21. So it's above the yellow, so that's a good sign. It's above the 34. Okay, that's another good sign. The 13, which is the blue, is trying, I guess, to do this move here. Okay, that is this blue line here. It's trying to do that move. Now that we're looking at this correctly, if you wanted to go long on gold, this will be the perfect spot to go long because you are above the daily. Okay, you're above the 34. You're above the 21, and then the 13 is crawling up, and you're kissing the 200. If you want to be if you want to be aggressive, you go long is when it opens, or you could wait for, let's say, an entry here, which is 1944. I think it's 1944. Yeah. Um, that is my thoughts on gold. I think somebody had a question on gold, and based on the chart, that is what I think. I think we could go back to 61.8, but it has a lot of room to go to the 50%, up to the over here to the weekly to this one here. This is the weekly. So the weekly and the 50% are kissing each other basically. So gold, I think, from what I see in the chart, it's super bullish at this point. Um, let's go and look at the indicators based on what they tell us. So we did our prediction on the chart. Our indicators is another guide for us to continue to follow. our prediction. So we could draw a trend line here to here, which it broke that, and then not like not like that, but as long as it stays above the zero, and then this here, and then we have a small one here. All right, so for the MACD, I know I just put a lot of trend lines there, but sometimes you have to do that to kind of see, to kind of get you a bit, give you a better idea. Um, so this is the MACD. It's actually, on a down move. The signal is this blue line is curling back up. So now, as long as the MACD stays above this zero line, um, it will go basically something like this, and so maybe it's like that, and then go back up, you know, something around those lines. Um, and then once it does do that, it will go, to hit this 50%. Um, Now gold, you could if you're trading it, you want to swing it. If you swing it, but then you get a larger return. I'm not familiar with gold. I think it's like $10 per tick. I think it is. I'm not really sure if it's how much is the tick because I don't trade gold. Um, the stochastic RSI is also, you know there, and also we have another pattern. This is what I tried to show you guys. Patterns, patterns, patterns. If you guys put up, no, not M. Yes, the LDR is above 0.2, so that is another confirmation. And also, you can have a trend line here on the LDR. See, there you go. That's your trend line. Your trend line is right there. So as long as that trend line stays valid on the LBR, as long as the price, let's say for example, if you're trying to go long on gold and you're looking for an entry, you wait for this here at the bottom, because I cannot stress enough. You got touched here, you touch here, you touch here, you touch here, and here. Then you go to your chart, you basically find you touch here, that's that point there. You you touch here, there's that point there. See that where I'm moving my cursor? And the indicator on the right, okay? And then you touch, and then it touch here down here at the bottom. See that? Look at that. So the indicators are there to help you. You just have to find the pattern. You have to find the pattern. Once you find the pattern, you will not have any money, trouble making any money. So this is entry one, entry one, entry two. Then goes over here somewhere on this side. And then you find entries here, entries there. I think this side, somewhere around those lines. Yeah, here, here. Well, and I could actually use a bubble to kind of emphasize it. So you got here. Why is it not using bubble? Why is it doing it? I guess I use a rectangle then. Alright, so you got one there, one there, one there, and then Yep. So you got here, then here. Oh, it's not. Why is it not painting my? Get there. Can get there, and then right here. I hope you guys can see that. That is the pattern I just found on gold. So I will set an alert. Create. It's not a create an alert. Create alert. We want single. We want to do a study, and then we add condition, which is study. And then a breakout. What is that? 0.07. Mm. Zero. Let's put 2. And then crosses value. Let's say 2 bars. Alright, so we have an alert for, hold on, that's 100. 2. Alright, so I place an alert for basically a study. So whenever gold hits here or close by, it will trigger an alert, and I could look back at the chart and say, okay, well, it triggered an alert. I guess time for me to look at, taking along there. Well, so that's how you basically set up a alert for a study. You create alert, you go to single. This is basically for price. You go to study down here at the bottom, and then you go to edit, and then you go to edit over here, and then pick the study that you want. You click over here at the study menu, and then you pick your settings. Um, so that's how you set an alert to do a study. Okay, so that is gold for next week. Let's see. Here we have Facebook doesn't have questions. Discord doesn't have questions. So, anything else that you guys want me to cover um, on this? I mentioned what? Uh, you're breaking up. Yeah, you're breaking up a little. Okay, I can hear you now. Okay. So okay, let's look at silver real quick. So silver. All right. So this is silver. Like some certain times it takes a, a while to create a bar, and then let's see, like this. You see where my bar cursor is right here. So that bar it opened at 9. Well, that's not in the morning. So in the morning, it doesn't. It's not as bad. Okay, but let's see if I could find a night session, which 10 p.m. 9 p.m. So here's 10 o'clock. Like here, yeah, this is a night. Like 20, what's that? 2100. Yeah, that's was it 9 o'clock around there? It's above VWAP, and then you could attack it long base based on the 4,000 tick chart. Now, keep in mind, okay, that this candle here, this green candle here, the low was 25.99. The high was 26.31. Okay, so that is a close to 30-point move. Okay, 30 points on one contract on um, silver is $1,500. Okay, so you would have to time it right um, to for this trade to work for you. You know what I'm saying? And based on this chart, I guess you can, but sometimes silver moves very slow at night. That 4,000, you know, um, 4,000 ticks or for contracts takes a while. Like this candle here, um, this candle here opened at 9 something at night, and then this candle here is at 10 o'clock. This candle here is like an hour and later. You know what I'm saying? So the candles, yes, the candles are very slow at night. Um, and then of course once you get in morning, well then it moves because the session's open. You know what I'm saying? In the morning, you know, this is Tuesday, 4 o'clock, 5, 10. Yeah, right here, open here. And then the next candle is 20 minutes. Then the next one is 10 minutes. The next one is 5 minutes. Next one's 2 minutes. 5, 7, 5, 5. You know what I'm saying? So during the day session, you could trade it, uh, but you had to be like very quick. Unless you know you enter and you take your profits and be done because silver can, you know, it can reverse like quick. You know, see this top, it drop, it went back up, then drop, went back up, and dropped. See that? It's very it drops. It makes huge drops and goes back up, huge, and then comes back down, huge, and goes back up, huge, and comes back down. You know what I'm saying? So you have to like time it very. Very good. So on silver, what I've been doing, um, I just wait for the fibs, wait for whatever fib I'm wait for whatever fib I'm waiting. Like here, see that? Now that 61 would have been a good long entry. Now it's below the weekly over here, so you could target the weekly as a swing. See, if you do this trend line here, still swing there. Now the LBR is moving up to, you see what I'm saying? LBR right here, it's above zero. Here, then you find your patterns over here on this side. You see here, it below zero. Well, here it touch. Here is this low here. Here is this here. So every time it touch this here, it reverse. See this? Went back up. Here, it went up here, and then it topped out there. See that? See that? So you have to wait. Like right now, it's at the top, so this could come back some, like over here, come back some here, and then go back up, and it could do this here, or it could go like that. So it's kind of um you have to look at the other indicators. Like look at the MACD here, and look at the LVR moving higher. See what I'm saying? So you have to wait for everything to align. Now this here is the daily VWAP, so I would long up right there personally, anyways, because you see this long way here, sellers there, sellers there, sellers there. So in order for the buyers to kill the sellers, you have to be above this long wicks. You know what I'm saying? Either that, or you could wait for something like over here. Like wait for it to be back down here. See what I'm saying? Or if you're looking to short, well then you will short when it gets up here, but then take cautions because you see every time it touch up here, it came down some and then went back up and then came back down hard. See what I'm saying? You see over here too? Over here too, same thing. It went back up, came back down, went back up, and then come back down. So so you will have to like wait for com for, yeah, so you have to like wait for patience. You are right. You have to wait for patience on that. But this is silver basically. Uh, I just wait patiently. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, I got nothing but time now, so I just wait. I just wait patiently. Any other questions? Any other questions? This live stream has been going for 2.5 hours now. So, um, any questions you guys want to ask? I know I see a lot of. I think there's like 5 people here still. I think it's like 5 people, 8 people. Not really sure. 9 people. So 9 people are in right now, and I'm not sure if they have any questions regarding what I see in the chart. Do you have any questions, Irene? You want me to answer? I know you're fine for now. Are you sure? I mean, because you said you had a whole list yesterday. Oh, you haven't put them together. Okay, okay, okay. Uh, yes, as long as not everybody has their mic on at the same time, that we eliminate some of the background noise. Um, but yes, anybody that wants to feel free to ask a question, ask a question, and I'll go over what I see, and we go from there. I think I covered a lot today, and I think I might have confused some. Um, But you know, that's what I try to go slow as possible as I can. But um, if I need to repeat myself on certain things, I will gladly repeat myself on whatever you guys have questions on. But I will not. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm going too fast. I don't know what you guys have questions on. If you got, if you guys don't ask. Okay. So that's a problem. I mean, we could go back to on demand and we could figure out a trait there and why we gonna enter that trait. Let me clear this out. All right. Let, let's try. What's time mark it up? It's 1800, 1830, 1830. All right. So we are going to Q. All right. So this is August 17th. 6:30 in the afternoon. Um, okay, this is a tick chart, of course. What do we do? We basically place our trend lines or fibs for a starter. All right, so now we zoom in. I could zoom in. All right, so now this is a tick chart. This is basically NQ is still buffering as the price is. Yes, it is uptrending. Okay, it's at another thing. It's at the highs. Okay, you got this is the high here. Okay, now you got sellers here because you see the long wicks here. Oh, I'm sorry, buyers. I'm sorry, here. Those are long wicks there. So you got buyers there. Um, then you got sellers because you got this long wick here. Okay. Um, let's see. It's still. Yes, your fibs could give you an idea. There's a box. Here and here is the box. Zoom out a little more. Alright, so basically this is your box from here to here. Um, Now the way you would do this is you do your extensions. You could pick 3 points. It doesn't matter what point. So then you go back up to the highs, and that is your extensions for overnight session. Hopefully that is how it will work out. I'm not sure why the price is not moving. I guess TOS is down, I reckon, because the price is not it's not moving. Let me see if I get edit. I said what? Yeah, it's right here. It's right there. Yeah, yeah, but it's not on the screen because it's way down here. See that? Yeah, so it's down here at the bottom. Yeah, there's something wrong. Yeah, something wrong with TOS. It's not. It's not buffering the on demand right correctly now. Um, yeah, so it's not. Yeah, it's not buffering for some reason. Um, but okay. So this would be um, you got green and you got red. You got this line here. You got the 13. Oh, what happened to my pencil? Yeah, 13, 21, 34. The 13 is basically here, 24 is here, and then the 34 is there. And then you have your weekly down here. Now, from what I see, it's moving. Did it load? Yeah, it did load. Okay, so now price is moving. Okay, so now at this point, you would, let's see, you got green here, red did not take out green, so you would take a long from here to here to here. See what I'm saying? You at an overnight, and then if you want to play the overnight session like that, just to the highs, so you would basically get a 12 point scalp from here to here. So let's do that. Let's from here the 32, it's valid. It's up the 32 fib. See this 32 fib here, and then it's above the 50%. And then see how over here it was valid over here on this side. It retraced on the 50. Okay, so then we go over here. See what this indicators are doing. This one here. Alright, so I'm not sure why I can delete that. Oh. Alright, so you basically wait here on the bottom. So I already crossed the bottom. Okay, so then if you would, you could wait till it gets above here. Or either that, either you could wait till it gets above here and go long, or wait again till it gets down here to this level. See what I'm saying? Um, but as you see, as we're talking, how price is moving higher. And then the MACD is still showing as a downtrend there, and then the LBR is still showing as a down. So you're making higher, but your indicators are making lowers. See what I'm saying? So you will have to wait uh, to go long, since you can go long. Let's say, for example, you wanted an entry and you wanted a short here. Um, what's the price? 300 area there. So you would actually, what I would do is basically, so basically 300, three, three. So you would actually, like I would, if I wanted a short, I would short here somewhere. All right, so that would be my position there, short. Um, and then I would have a stop somewhere up here on top. And then if you wanted to work make sure that if this trade would work out, well then we could fast forward some. You would set, since this is a new high, so then you would set your stop 10 points above it or however much risk you want to take. You know what I'm saying? However much you want to take. Um, so now its price is moving higher. If you wanted a short, because a lot of people like to short at the highs, I personally don't do shorts a lot. But the MACD is showing short. Okay, see the MACD is downtrending. The trend itself here is showing short. See that? If it gets above here, 293, it could be a potential long. You know what I'm saying? But we're just like um, basically playing around for right now. If we would, let's see, we don't want to wait for the whole day, so we could skip forward since we have that advantage now. Let's see. All right, so this is the candle that we were looking at earlier. Now this formed this red one here. Now this green one took out red. Oh, this is the same one. I think it's the same candle. I have to look at the 6. Yeah, that's the same candle. So that's the same candle. So buyers are taking out sellers. So normally a 4,000 candle at night usually takes 2 hours. So let's go to 20. Let's go to 20. Alright, so I think. Alright, so essentially, I guess we went too far because we went through our entry point there. So if you would have entered there, so for example, you would have entered here, well then you would have got stepped out if you would have used a 10 point stop loss on there. So that would have been a loser trade. But you could always try to re-enter. That you can move it down here somewhere in short. Yes, because short. That's the reason why you don't short the NQ. You are gonna have a hard time shorting. Um. Okay, so basically, this trade would have been a loser because my entry was here, basically at the high. If I had a 10 point stop, it would have been, stopped out. But then again, I fast forward 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? So, so what could have happened is I could have got fill on this candle here, and I still would have got stopped out, and then I would have, tried to short up here. You know what I'm saying? And it can't, cause it opened like that. Yeah, if like for example, I had this here, okay, but since I changed the time to not wait 2 hours or 3 hours for this candle to finish forming, well then let's pretend this trade here would have got filled, and then I would have got stopped out if it was been 10 points. I would have got stopped out anyways. Well, yeah, 300 at 10, yeah. I barely would have got stopped out by 2 points if I would have used a 10 point stop from 300 because it went to 312. Now, if the way I'm trading now the way I'm trading, I'm doing 50 points. Well, my stop would have never got no, my stop would have never got hit. You know what I'm saying? So I still would have been on this trade. See what I'm saying? Yeah, right. But if using 10 points, yeah, you would have got loser. Now, if you would have got 50 points stop loss, but then your trade still valid. Here, let's move to let's go on another hour ahead. 21. See what it did an hour later. There you go. It's below. It's below my entry. If I would have had 50 points, my stop would have never got hit. Now, if you would have had 10 points, well, then your stop would have got hit. See what I'm saying? That's the that's the benefit of having a larger stop loss. But you you could use ATR to give you an idea, but now I just base it on I say 50 points. You know what I'm saying? So you know um on the MNQ on the mini on the micro is $100 per contract. Okay, that will be your stop loss. On the mini will be $1,000. Okay, so I'm risking basically $1,000 on every contract I trade. Okay, but but I am looking at over here at the MACD and all the other indicators that are giving me confirmation that it's gonna go down. See what I'm saying? So why would I want to put a stop loss at 10 points? You know what I'm saying? Because it could get triggered. Because it could get triggered. So now this is a 50 point. So now let's go ahead another hour. So this is 2100. So let's go 22. Let's see what it did at 22. I don't know why my charts are not loading correct. Alright, so I think we'll get rid. There you go. Look at what did at 2200. We traded. My entry was here. All right. This is my entry. My stop would have been 50 points if I would have taken this trade. Okay, my stop would have never got hit. Now, if you would put a 10 point stop loss, yeah, your trade would have got hit. Okay. Now the keep looking at the indicators. What is the MACD doing? It's still trending down. See that the blue line? The blue line is still below the white line. Okay. So confirmation that a trend down is going lower. So look at the Ichimoku cloud. Oh, what? Yeah. Am I tapping it wrong? Or is it a? E- oh, 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 there it is. All right, so let's apply that. Yep, just above the cloud. But like I said, all the not all the indicators are whatever helps you um to learn the train. Let's take this one because you know yeah okay, so we're pretending that my entry was up here because of course I still have that entry up there. But since I've moved the time, it never got filled because I'm just skipping time. All right, so now back over here on this on this indicator here. We are here, okay? It went here and it went back up, okay? You got here and went back up. So at this point is a matter of preference. As do I stay in the trade? Okay? Because your indicator it's at the bottom already. And then at the bottom, um where's my pen? I guess my pen stopped working. I think it stopped working. It's downtrending right now. Yes. Uh, yeah, yeah. It's in. What's uptrending overall? Okay. But if you wanted to stop, you look at this here at the bottom. See this here? So it's at the bottom again. See that? And then it's here. See that? And here. And then it's down here at the bottom. So the pattern is repeating itself. Either you could take your basically your profits there and be like, all right, I'm done. I'm taking my profits. If you went short, it would have been 10 points on that trade from from 300 to down here's 10 points. Or you could follow the MACD here, which is up here, and it's still showing downtrend. The LBR up is still showing downtrend. See that downtrend over here. So if let's say for example, okay, I say, well, I'm gonna stay with the trade. I have a 50-point stop loss. At this point, my stop loss will be at 340, 340 from entry point. Okay, so I say I'm gonna stay with this trade. So we go to 2300 an hour later, and we'll see what it does at 300. Ah, I thought it would do that. Look at that. Look at that wet red green candle. Now, it, yes, you're still. Well, actually, you went down to 280. Okay, so you got a 50-point stop loss, and it went down to 280. So now your stop loss is at three. What's that? Yeah, three. Yeah, 340. So you're still good. Okay. But as you see again, it's at the bottom again. You see that when I said here at the bottom, either it's a decision for you to make a decision to whether either get in or get out and be done with the trade. See this here? And then the MACD is still below. See the white, the blue is below the white. So we're still good on that. Um, this is just confirmation that it's finding bounce on basically on this level here. So we're still good. It's below the daily VWAP. So we're still good. So let's say I'm just gonna leave it. The LBR still showing downtrend. So I'm gonna say, all right, I'm still good. My stop loss is 340. Price is at 290 still. Um, I'm good. Okay. So then you leave it at that. You go to sleep, and I guess you set up your alarm. Let's say 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning. So then we jump to 4 in the morning, almost 5 in the morning. I think did it refresh? Is that right? Is that the right chart? Or did it change it? Hold on. That's 4 in the morning, 17. So, sorry, it's supposed to be 4 in the morning on the 18th. Alright, so this is, yeah, because this is where the trade is. So 4 in the morning. It hasn't moved. Literally. It's, so I guess I'm saying, okay, so you went to sleep, set your alarm at 5 o'clock because it is 5 o'clock now. Now it did go down to 272. So now your stop loss will be 50 points. What's that? 320? Yeah, 320. And what? Well, oh, right. But I'm saying if I say for example, I want to sleep. Okay, You're sleeping. You have a training stop. You don't know what's happening while you're sleeping. You know what I'm saying? So now my training stop is at from the bottom of this red candle. It would have been 272. So it would have been 50 points of that. 322, which is still way above the high. Okay, it's way above the high. Now this is a matter of fact that you wake up and see this, and you realize that it went down to 272, and you're like, oh, well, damn, I'm like 10 points now in the profit. Should I just close the trade or stay in the trade? Well, then you go back to your indicators and verify that. LVR still pointing down. See that here? All right. Now, the next question is this one. Look at that. Here, it keeps bouncing off of this level here, right here. So you would have to guess, see here and here. Did not get above that. The MACD is still showing down. Okay. LVR still showing down. So at this point, uh, you will have to base it on the chart because the indicators are giving you down, but the price is moving up. See that? You got buyers. See this long wick here on this candle there. Buyers are stepping in. Look at this here. Buyers right here in this red candle here. Buyers are stepping in. So you would have to decide then whether when you get up, you're like, okay, well, either I'm gonna stay in the trade or I'm gonna exit. But for me, I would just basically take my 10 points and be done with the trade because it, yep, yep, I go back to sleep. But but then okay, so then I'm go back to sleep and then I was like put my alarm for like let's say 9 o'clock. Okay, go back to sleep for a few hours. So we go forward 9 o'clock. Let's see what it does. 292. So you go. It looks like it, right? Yep. It looks. Hold on. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Um. So yep. There you go. So you exit there. Of course, we don't have this because we don't want that. So you exit there. Now you're above the VWAP daily, and you look at your indicators because the market's now at 9 in the morning. Look at your LBR. It's look at the yellow down here at the bottom. It's making a higher low right there. Now this here is still there, and then this here is still some reason still showing downtrend. But then you look at down here at the bottom, it's moving higher. Once the color, that's what you change these to colors, it gives you a better idea. Like if you have red and red, is it's like too much, but you could change all this. All this stuff is customizable. Like yeah. So then let's say for example negative, and then you change this to let's say a yellow, and then you change this to yellow, and then you apply. There you go. See that? See how the MACD showing a little bit different with the change of colors? So now at this point, you could do two things. Either you could wait till 9:30 to open, or let's say, I say no, I'm not waiting. I'm taking it long because it's above the daily VWAP. But or you could be patient and yes. So you would take you have to wait. Like it's 9 o'clock. See how fast these candles are moving now? Because it's like 9 o'clock. Well, the time that I picked is like 5 in the morning. I'm sorry, still 5 in the morning. Wow. So that's 5 o'clock here. So the sellers are still controlling this area here. See this here? The sellers are still controlling there. So you're like, oh, well, it's 5 o'clock. Do I want to go long here based on here and here, or do I wait for 9 o'clock? So that is the question that you have to ask. There's still sellers here at the 300. Um, green is slowly taking out red. So that's a one question that you have to ask yourself based on the chart. So based on that, what would you ladies do? What would you guys do on that scenario? I mean, will you go long? Okay, so if you go above the 300, where will you put your stop though? I'm not saying you have to take a 50-point stop loss. I'm just saying personally, where would you put your stop loss? Because everybody's risk is different. Will you put it at the bottom? Okay, so you would be 20 points down at the current price would be 274. So yeah, you will put yourself, I guess, in this candle here at the bottom of this, somewhere around here. So you're right. You're correct on that. So let's say, all right. So you say you wanted to go long 300. So let's fast forward 1 hour. So we're at 6 in the morning. Why my charts are don't. And you are right. You would have made money on that trade. 28 points in the 28 points in the profit so far. See that? If you went long at 300 and you would have made 28 points on that. Based on the chart and on the indicators, you just have to wait for that. Like for me, I was right. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna exit my trade. You know what I'm saying? And then you took it right where it says 300 above, and then when you went long on that. Now at this scenario, now your fibs would basically change. You will have to remove this drawn here, and now you will have to replace the new fibs. So from the pullback down to there, and down to the bottom of that, which is way overextended now. See the fibs? They don't even fit. Um, so now you will have to go from here to here. No, from here. This is one thing when you have to pick 3 points, you have to like mess around with it. Why is it doing that? From here to here. You could use a retracement. It makes it a lot easier sometimes. Like you put there and then I guess you could use the bottom of that. I don't like using the wigs for the bounce. I use the where right, yeah, I just use the body for the yeah, see right there. So from the wig down to the body because that's where it bounce. Basically you got bounce here and then bounce there. And then you got your 100 there. So now it just flew above that. See that? It just keeps going. Right? Yeah, 150%. So now that retracement is at 150%. So now the question is whether you stay in the trade and go to for the 161 or the 178. So you go back, go along, go along. How about if it bounces back to your initial entry? So now you have to go over here, and it's still confirming, the LBR. Yes, nice notice. Look at that right here on top. See that? It, yep, yep. So either you could wait for it a little more, or you could just get out. But you see this candle, how fast it's forming? This red candle. So you would exit there, uh, either take your half or maybe taking two contracts. Take one out and then let the other one run a little longer. Or if you're doing one, I would just exit both of them. Right there, because you already got 20 points. 20 times 20, that's 400. You know, yeah, that's 400. Yeah, that's 400. Well, yeah, 20 times 20. I'm just kind of rounding numbers. 20 times 20, that's 400 on mini or $40 on an MN cube. Now the LBR is still showing moving higher. Yeah. So that's another thing you have to look at the MACD. It crossed over too. So you could assume that this is gonna continue higher. Um, you see this? I had to get all that other stuff. See this? LBR. The MACD's crossed over already. It's green. This is on the overbought, but it could stay on the overbought or oversold for a long period of time. Uh, um, but look at it pushing. So this is still a long. So this is 6 in the morning. Let's go to 7. Uh, yes. It depends. But yeah, you're kind of right. Let's see. Okay, so 20. You made a new high at 28. No, I made a new high at, yeah. So now at this point, it's coming back around. It's coming back down. So there you go. This is yeah, 6:30. Um, so your entry would have been 300 somewhere. Yeah, somewhere here. So your entry would have been there, and then you still would have profit this whole thing if you would have stayed on that long. Um, the MACD is still showing that it wants to move higher. The stochastic RSI is still on the overbought. The LBR, you know, it's yeah, it's going up, and it has this big green bar here. It might come down some, um, just to kind of do something similar like this over here. Um, but yeah, that's basically how you would place it. They just have to like you have to practice, um, and see how it works and what works for you. You know what I'm saying? The 4,000 tick chart it's not hard to trade. It's not very hard. You could obviously see where are the buyers, the sellers, the long wicks. You see the buyers, the buyers. Wicks down at the bottom. They got like really small wicks. That's gonna be a fight. But if you see like really long wicks but a small body, well, there's buyers. You know what I'm saying? And stepping up. Or if you see a long wicks on top, there's sellers stepping up. So yeah. So that's um basically how you would do a 4,000 tick chart. Or if you do minute time, I'm pretty sure it's the same scenario because I used to trade on the 2 minute. But I like price action better than um minute time now. Yeah. It's like what? Oh yeah, you see that? You just have to like yeah, you just have to wait. Like for example, this in order for this basically to be bearish, it has to do this here. It has to do this here. Over here on this side. It has to. Yep. You correct. Like you could try the retracement then from that candle to this candle, and then let's see if we could. 30 50% below 50 is a possible. Um, why is it my chart now? Co- correct, correct. I guess why is it not? I guess the chart doesn't like me today. Uh, yeah, yes. Everything is patience, even on a 5 minute or 10 minute chart. Okay, so this is what we got. So 50% is right here, I think. So if it comes below that, um, it's gonna be a reversal for sure. But if it holds this 50% here and higher, it's gonna continue. It's gonna continue high, and of course you could base it on indicators over here too. See that the MACD is still showing above the zero. Um, this is on the overbought, but I mean that stuff can get stay on the overbought. I mean you could get a few points like here, you take it as a double top already. See that you got wicks on here, and then you got wick over here. So you could take it as a double top, and you could actually short around this area and then stop over here, or you could just like wait and maybe this continue bullish, and you would enter somewhere at the 30% here at the bottom, or to be more sure, a little bit above the 100% over here, and that way if there's shorts here, well then they're gonna be getting stopped out. once it hits up here and up here and up here. So this is just gonna go higher, which is I think is looking because it's not buyers are coming in. And then you can look at the tick chart over here. This is how many contracts is still remaining to get exchanged. So 4,000, yeah. So 4,000 is your 100%. 50% is 2,000. Okay, now 30. So so I'll create a new candle once this basically this goes to zero. So the tick charts are based on contract exchange. So now if there's more buyers that came in on this, well then the next candle I'm pretty sure is gonna be bullish. It's just based on no, I could show you because your volume is your tick chart. Correct, because you see your volume here is all green, right? But you look over here, it's at 4,000 because your volume you're basically saying I want 4,000 contracts exchange. Okay, doesn't matter the time. Okay, so does not matter the time. I want 4,000 contracts exchange. So your volume is already set at a level, which is 4,000. Okay, if you go to 1,000 tick chart, well then your volume is based on 1,000 Okay, so the volume is irrelevant because look at how the volume is here. See this? And it's at 4,000 basically. I mean, it could go a little higher and stuff, but not by much. But it's not. It doesn't change much. Yes, basically the yes, basically the buyers or took control of this candle here. Well, the sellers. I'm sorry. So there was more sellers on this 4,000 uh, exchanges. There was more sellers on this candle, and then there was more sellers here, and then you got buyers here. Then buyers step up. So then was more buyers here, more buyers there, and then this is buyers. See how the candle here, um, and then here I think it's before market open. Yeah, normally these candles here is like when market close, like 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock around there. That's where you get those little candles there. But then as the day session goes, or even the overall session, see this? If you go back, see this about how the volume is. It stays flat. But yeah, the white one. Yes, yeah, it's indecision candles there. But you see how the volume is? It stays kind of flat. I mean, yeah, you have like a slope. So why would I want to add this here when I could get this information on this? See what I'm saying? You don't need the volume down here if you have it up here already. And then you base it on this. Like if you got 2,000 remaining, well then anything above 2,000, whoever wins that battle is whoever's gonna take this candle here. Because the 2,000 remaining is the 50%. So whoever gets more over the 2,000, is gonna whoever wins this candle, and then most likely whoever wins that candle is gonna push it higher. See over here? They won that candle here. Was a battle there. It's a long wick battle here. They took it over. Then this one, the same way battle there, took it over, and sellers came here. Because I'm guessing all the buyers down here exit here, so that's why they created this candle here. See what I'm saying? So you can see where the buyers, like, look at this wick here on the bottom on this red candle, and then look at the wick over here. It kind of matches the same, almost the same price. And then you got a wick down here. The seller step up, but then you got this other candle here. This is where, yeah, this is whoever shorted here on this candle here, got stopped out here and here and here, and then whoever bought over here, their exit here. See that? And this just basically gives you a better, kind of a better perspective on the market. But it's my dog. Yeah, he says somebody's here. Yeah, and look at that. It just so she says she's super excited. she, she, she should have. She could have made 30 points already on that trade if she would have. Oh, okay. All right. So this is a tick chart. Okay. So now, what do you guys trade on? Do you trade on the 2 minute or 3 minute? Two. All right. So this is your 5 minute chart. So now, tell me, would you would have stayed on that trade on this, based on this chart, or will you would you exit it out? If you went long, if you were long, you were long at 300. Okay, you were long at 300, which I'm gonna put a price line. 300. All right, so this is your entry here. All right, so would you stay still in this trade up here? Right. Yes, you just pick a random date. This is just a random date. This is August 18 at 7 in the morning. So this is August 18, 7 in the morning. Okay. Um, based on the information that you gave me, you would have exit this trade correctly, right? So I'm gonna put this chart here, which is the tick chart again. Why will you exit? Now compare charts now. Would you exit your trade on this chart, based on this chart? Would you exit your trade? Okay, so you will not exit on this trade. So you would be stayed longer on this trade, right? But is the same. Okay, so now they're side by side now. So on your left is your 5 minute chart that you say you trade on. On your right, is your tick chart. So on your left, you would have exited your trade already, right? Okay, so now on your right is your tick chart. Oh, this thing doesn't move. So so now the question is, um, based on this tick chart, will you guys consider a tick chart as a trading method for you guys to work on? Now you have to back test this on your own though. I'm not saying I'm not. I don't want you to come back in the chat and say, Lewis, you were wrong. I'm losing all my money on the tick chart. Y- Yes, that's what I've been saying to you, guys. I'm like I'm showing you guys so many different ways to trade, and I'm pretty sure I'm confusing some of you guys. You know what I'm saying? But correct. I mean, I could throw in the Keltner. I started using the Keltner indicator and then the Voyager bands. I think I posted a snapshot on how I have that set up. Um, just to give me more confirmation on the more confirmations you have, the better you become in finding an entry. See what I'm saying? Um, but only using the indicators as a guide. Um, you you, you can you, yeah, you can base it on, oh, it's above the Keltner, I'm gonna go long, or it's above the VWAG, I'm gonna go long. Yes, those indicators are there, but tick chart gives you price action. Minute time, look at this minute time. I mean, it just keeps forming. You got one, two candles on this chart here, and we only have one over here. See what I'm saying? Now, this could be a reversal. This could just be a consolidation bar. But if it doesn't break below this low here, it's not gonna change the trend. It's still gonna continue higher. So if it falls below here, um, well then you would consider, okay, well this is changing direction or no, I would wait for it to complete because i- if it goes and then it could do something like this over here. See that? It went down, but then it pushed back up. So it also depends. Like if you're already up here and you profited, well then your stop would have been moved here to this candle here. See that? So you would have put your stop Let me get a price. Right. Th- there you go. So then you would still be 13 points profit. Okay, already. You're 13 points profit if you went long at 300. Okay, so you already locked in 13 points. So now at this point, it's a matter of whether this candle is gonna close below that previous green, or is it gonna stay above? Because look at the wicks. See this? The buyers are coming in. So I mean, they're trying to push it higher. You know, what I'm saying if they do, it's gonna get above here, and then it's gonna make a new high, and it's just gonna continue high and high. But based on this chart over here, um, yeah, you would have been. I mean, based on this, I mean, you still would have been like, you see. Yeah, or you would be like, all right, well, I'm just gonna take my profits. But it's like I said, it's all based on your expectations. You know what I'm saying? If you would have been happy with 30 points and be like, okay, I'm got my 30 points, well, you would have gotten your $600 and be like, all right, I'm done, $600. You know what I'm saying? You, you know, yeah. So that would have been a 30-minute trade from here to here. That's 30 minutes. From here to here, 30 minutes, and you're done. So I have a target profit. Yes, I always have a target profit. Like when I was telling you ladies a few months ago, trade 3 points, 3 points on NQ. Try that. 3 points, 3 points, 3 points. But Anna posted something that's, oh, she went long at X amount and then she held X amount. You know what I'm saying? And that is not something that I'll encourage somebody new, because Anna has a larger account. Okay, we all know that. You know what I'm saying? She trades. You know what I'm saying? She trades four contracts in NQ and then four contracts on ES. You know what I'm saying? And then she holds. You know what I'm saying? So we would know that her target profits are profitable, but then you have to also take it that four contracts at whatever platform she uses, because I think she uses TOS. If she uses TOS at NQ is 17,000. You know what I'm saying? Let's round 15,000 times four contracts. That's 60,000. Yeah, that's just 60K in margin. You know what I'm saying? So you will have to look at that also, that she has the capital to keep those swings. You know what I'm saying? To keep this swings or whatever. Like for example, she would have said, "Oh, well, we're exited at what's that, R2 or something." So she would have probably already exited her trade out. You know what I'm saying? At R2 or whatever target. She exited out. But we'll wait till maybe this 1313 won't get triggered, and we'll get a reverse candle because it already took it out. See this? It already went below. It went below, but then it has a long wick at the bottom. See that long wick at the bottom? So it just matter of time to where either the buyers are gonna step in, which is at 23.23, and I think the sellers are gonna end up taking this candle here because there's 16, yeah, 16 remaining. Uh, 6:15:36 right now for this candle here. For this candle is 15:36. Hold on, let me change this detail over here. Let's go to detail. All right, so now we have, I'll move this somewhere like that. So now, all right, so looking at the 5 minute chart, now will you consider re-entering along, or you just gonna wait based on the five based on the 5 minute chart? Okay, so you would not have entered yet. Okay. On the tick chart, you still would have exited the trade, or will you still be in the trade with a on the tick chart? So you no, the candle has not closed yet. Yeah, yeah, the candle is being formed now. So so you have a 5 minute chart here, which sellers obviously are pushing it down. You got a 5 minute candle forming on top on the, see this, the HUL, okay? And look at the tick chart. Look at the 5 minute chart. So now at this point, you have a 5 minute candle that is above the 34, okay, which is a good sign. So based on the 5 minute chart, I guess you could take a long, you know, above this candle here, and then your stop will be somewhere down here at the bottom below this. And then on the based on the 5 minute chart, okay, this is based on the 5 minute chart. On the tick chart, guess what? You're still in the trade. You're in the trade down here at the bottom. So now you see sellers are pushing up. Now you have a long wick here. Now that's a concern there on the 5 minute chart. You probably would have got FOMO. You would have said, "Nah, I'm out," if you would have seen that. Okay. On the tick chart, you still have a long wick at the bottom, but buyers are there. See what I'm saying? Buyers are still there because it can't break as long as it has to break below that now, below this, below that candle. So now it has to break below the low of the candle here in order for it to continue down because buyers are right here. They're picking it up. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I always look at that level too. Oh, always, always. But that's for another. All right, so let me take this because we don't need the volume on there. It just use it's not it's useless. All right, so okay, I'm sorry, that's news. All right, so level two is here. Um, now this is previous data. I'm not even sure if this is accurate here. Because normally there's more numbers. You see, there's 16 there. See that right there? Oh, they're gone. Oh, they got filled. Whatever. And then I will use the times and sales, and then based on that. Also, so now you have a lot of seller pressure there. See this? Just coming up. Look at this buyer there. See that right there? 40, I think 40, 20 some there. 16. Yeah. And then you go 25 sellers, 16 buyers, and look at all the green coming in. Sellers, a little bit of sellers there. This thing, it's gonna, it's gonna be, this one's gonna be hard to call. What is it gonna form? Because the sellers are taking control of this candle here. Okay. Yes. So the sellers are taking control of this 4,000 ticks, and there's only 794 left. So, well, I mean, it depends. I mean, Yeah, because it's I got 700 left and it's pushing it down. So once it gets to that level to like 700, 600, you want to take um decision of whether either you want to stay because the candle is forming red and buyer sellers are controlling, and then it did not break. The buyers cannot get above this here. See that? Buyers cannot get above that anymore. Cannot push it above that. So buyers have to push it above here to make a new high. Uh, yep. But based on the tick chart, um, it's a little bit easier to kind of find the trend. Of course, then you have to look at your indicators. Yes, the way the candle is forming, you could actually take a short. Right now, if it gets above like between this wick or whatever, you could short it, or you could short it now, and then just have your stop up here, or even a little bit on top of the high. But there's only 500 contracts, and it's like pushing down. Yeah, this thing is gonna. It's probably gonna end up gonna sink. Probably this thing is the next candle that opens probably gonna open below it, and it's gonna come back down below 300. Um, but it's still forming. Mm. Buyers are still trying to hold that little area there. The 315, they're still trying to hold at 315, and if it opens below that, it's definitely a short after below that because of course red's taking out green. So and then you could target down here at this bottom of this green, right? And then if that fails, well then you could go below here and then work your way down from there. But again, you have to look at your um, indicators and see what they're doing. See the MACD on the it's still 4,000. MACD is still showing higher. He, Here is overbought still. The LBR, look at the LBR here. Signaling higher. It's not going below zero. There's the 5-minute candle just open. It's pushing down, and then you would have got stopped out already there. So that would have been you. You were right. It would have been your reversal on that candle there. And look at it. On the 5-minute, it looks like it's dumping bad, but on the tick chart, it's not showing that way. You see, it's probably gone back to 300. Pretty sure. So again, if you would have said, okay, I'm out on that red candle, and then you would have shorted, well then guess what? You would have had another green trade already. Yeah, but it's also based like let's see on the 4,000 tick chart what the indicators over here because I don't have the indicators on this other chart. See, I don't have a lot of things over here. Oh, yeah. So now this, so now, yeah. So now you're looking at the 4,000. Now I think it's gonna try to test this area again, 300, and then go back up. But you would have had two green trades, so far. If you would have entered, when you said you would have shorted, and then now you have this long wick at the bottom. So now there's a question now. Either do I stay on the trade with this long wick at the bottom, or do I exit there and take my profit? You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing because the LBR is still showing you that it's going to be bullish. The stochastic, you see there, is turning back around slowly. Um, Now, what I'd like to do, I like to put a 50% line there, like not quite 50, but it's close enough. Um, so I put a 50% there, and then once it breaks that 50, well, then I know it's going to be a short. And then if it stays above that 50, well, I know it's going to. I try to use that methodologically. Yeah, that if it's below 50, it's going to continue lower. If it stays above 50, well, then it's going to continue higher. Now, on this trade here, if you would have gone long and had a 50-point stop loss, well, then would have got 335. Yeah, so 300. Yeah, so that so like I said, this because all this year, you could have done a fib also from here to there, and then they would have given you the precise 50%, which I think it bounced on that 50. Yep, close enough. See that 50% here? So you would have had an idea where the bounce was going to be, like from here to here, because that's where it didn't make a new high. So you go from the basically from the previous change of trend to either this could be at the new low or the new high, and then you could get this retracement, and then you would have gotten 50%, and then you would have thought, well, I could go long at the 50, you know what I'm saying, and hoping that it could go back to the highs, or short at the 32, and then hoping it goes back to down here at the bottom. So you would have two entries, like you will have a short entry below the 32, which is gonna put it below the VWAP or close to the VWAP, you know what I'm saying, and hoping it comes back down to this area here, or long at the 50%, and then hoping to make a new high. Yeah, but then now that's on the tick chart. Now 5 minute chart. Now she said it's confusing. Wow. So I convinced you on switching over to tick charts. Yeah. Yes, you have to do that. But I'm surprised. Well, I'm glad you do. You have to. Yeah, you do have to do that because I don't want to be responsible. It's like, hey, Lewis said this, and I done blew my account. don't don't follow Lewis because he's gonna make you blow your account. So, but yeah, I guess Anna. Uh, n- you're welcome. Yeah, I know. I think my wife is sleeping. I think she fell asleep. I think so, cause it's I know, right? But what else? Well, I got free food today, so I can't complain. I went and did some photography restaurant shoots at a local restaurant, and we got we got free food because they can't serve that food anymore. You know what I'm saying? So got free food. New restaurant to try on, so it was good. So, uh, uh, it's at what? It's at what? Yes. Yes. So yes. But yeah, that's basically like I said, just back test the tick chart. If you still feel comfortable on the minute chart, you're more welcome to trade on the 5 minute, 10 minute, 2 minute. Um, you're welcome to do that. The You could also use the 1,000 tick chart. Um, it would give you a similarity on a 5 minute chart, I think, or maybe a 2 minute. So that's your 1,000 tick chart. Yeah, something similar to 5 minutes. Yeah. So on the 1,000, you still would have long above the VWAP. You know what I'm saying? You always go long above it or short below it. So you still would have long above the VWAP, which still would have been, around the 300 area. Um, and then you would have wrote it, and then you would have waited here, and then here the 1,000 gave you a 50% retracement. You could have entered your second contract here, and then when wrote it up here, and then you would have exit, you know, either one or both contracts up here. Um, and then you would have made a new high. See, this is a top there. So then you would have, if you wanted a short, well, then you would have short a few ticks above it because it always tends to have a tail on the top and then go 10 points higher to stop everybody out. You know what I'm saying? Before it makes another move. And this is the move with the 1,000 tick chart compared to the 4,000 tick chart. See how different. So you could still use the 1,000, or you could trade off of the 4,000. It's just a preference on how you want to trade. Just remember that tick charts are based on contract exchange. So whatever tick chart number you choose, that's the number your volume is gonna stay at. Your volumes, you're never gonna have to look at this volume down here at the bottom because you can see it up here. If you have a green candle, of course you know buyers are taking over. You got red candle, you know sellers are coming over. On the 5 minute, well, you can have 5 minutes of buyers, and then next candle will be sellers, and then buyers and sellers and buyers and sellers. Here is more, um, I guess you could say a little bit more manageable to entries. You see the 50% retracement there. Even on the 1,000 tick chart, gave you the perfect entry to go long at the 50. Have your stop below here. See this here? Have your stop back below on this candle here, and your stop would have never got hit. See that? So, um, and then the 4,000, look at the 4,000 here. If it takes out this red bar on the previous, it's gonna make a new high. So, and then you see the tangent cells over here on the side. So it's basically price action. It's what um you have to kind of focus on and learn that price action is the key to trading. Yes, it's based on the FIPS. I Yeah, like if I go to sleep, I'll put a place order here or whatever, and then I put a stop loss somewhere up here. So I always have a, let's say for example, if I was short, it filled me right, but then it went higher, but I wasn't awake. Well, then my OC order would have been triggered also, so I would have got triggered stop loss. You know what I'm saying? Without continue to risk more money going short. Now, if I'm long, oh no, if I'm long, I'll keep. I usually don't have a stop loss. I just let it ride. I usually just let it ride if I'm long. Now, if I'm short, yeah, I'll have a stop loss. But if I'm long, I usually let it go for a little while. Yes, my fundamentals. Yes, I am bullish on. Uh, yes, I am biased on longs because it's a lot easier to when they're at the highs. It's a lot easier to find a pullback. Like I'll retrace the retracements on the day, and I'll just put an order like what did I say on Anna's group? On there was it yesterday. I said what I said on Anna's group. I was teaching some yesterday on Anna's group. Oh, yeah, I went long at 340, and then I should have held it longer. I could have got another 100 points on that trade. I got my first 100 points a few days ago, and then I got greedy and I was trying to get another 100 points. And then I was like, no, I'm not gonna get 100. I'm just gonna take my 60 points and be done with this trade. You know what I'm saying? Because I was just getting frustrated. Because it was chopping like this for no, a few hours. And I was like, man, I'm not gonna get 100 points. So as soon as I exit my trade, like 30 minutes later, it just went up to like, well, we end up like 500, I think, 500, and yeah, yeah. So I would have had. I even posted on another group because at the overnight session was it 270 something, I think was the overnight low session, and I was like, man, I should take a long here, but then I was like, no, because I already have 4 contracts on it. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, no, I don't want to put more risk on this trade going against me. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, no, I'm I'm gonna keep it because on Wednesday I entered long at 340, and then it hit 438, I think, but I did not exit because I wanted it at 100 points. Okay, so Friday morning it dropped to 200 and something. I was down 120 points on 2 contracts. A hun- 120 points on 2 contracts. That is a lot. Okay, that is a lot. Okay, sounds yes, yes. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna be like, no, I'm still long on NQ. It's gonna come back. It might take a couple days. You know what I'm saying? I have faith that it's gonna come back. The indicator on the 1 hour was showing bullish. Okay, so I was like, no, I'm just gonna hold it, even if I have to be in red for 2 days. I just go and trade silver and make my money back on silver. Okay, so then um I went long on silver, and then I was green on silver, and I was like, man, I could get $1 and some change on silver. So then silver turned back around. Then then NQ flew back up, and I was like, man, I was like, all right, I'm done with NQ. I'm gonna exit my trade, and now I'm down on silver. I was up on silver, okay, and I did not exit my trade on silver because I was down on NQ. So then I was like, man, I'm just like not making any money. I'm down on one side and then I'm up on another side. So I was like, no, this it can't be. So then I was like, no, I'm gonna wait for silver to go back up, give me my dollar. I was looking for $1. Okay, I'm looking for the $28. mark on silver. Okay, so I was like, God, and then it just kept dropping and dropping. I was like, no. So all right, whatever. I only have, I think, was it 3 contracts on silver, I think. And I was like, okay, well, it dropped. I'm still long on silver. And I was like, I think we'll go back up. Looking at the chart today, gold is bullish. So if gold moves, silver is gonna move. Okay, so that is my theory on how this is gonna play out. So, uh, so yeah, so I'm down like 9K on silver. Okay. Um, but I don't have NQ positions open because I closed them for profit, but then I ended up going in the red because it's silver, you know what I'm saying? But if I would have exited my silver on Friday and just closed the trade out for a profit and then waited for NQ, which NQ made a profit too, you know what I'm saying? I would have been, I think I would have made over 15, I think. Yeah, over 15. Yep. But since NQ was down, most of the night, and it did not recover until around lunchtime. I was like, no, you know, yes, but keep remember that only because it's on the overbought does not mean that it's gonna have to come down. You have to like That's why you got one indicator, two indicators, three indicators. I mean, you could have other indicators on here, okay? But this is kind of the basic three that I've now used. You see the MACD is above, okay? It's gonna continue higher. The extrastatic it's on the overbought, but look at here, it bounced the signal line. Look at where it bounced on almost four. I would have said the 50%, but I didn't put it at the 50 because I was just kind of like showing you guys what I do. But look at how it bounced. You know what I'm saying? It went from here and then bounced. So that this thing is gonna continue back up eventually. Look at the LBR. You know, I mean, probably don't even need this graph as long as you know how to read this line here. You know what it's doing. You don't need all this other stuff. Um, no, yes, if the LBR is above zero, it's gonna go up. If it's below, it's gonna go down. Over here, you just have to find a pattern. Like here, it tapped out there, tapped out there. Okay, but and then here, like normally I would just have one line because normally the main line is like here, or the main line is this one here, the blue line. But we use the white one to give us the crossover. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want. You want to see the crossover. And same over here. You want to see the crossover. But then over here, the signal line, if it goes on the 50, it makes more sense. Like, let me take it out. Makes it make it more easier for to see. Is it the purple line? I think it's the purple line. There. See how neat that is better over here on this side, here in the middle. So you just follow that line. So it's below on the oversold, but then you try to find. See here, you're trying to find a entry to go long. I mean, you could if you find an entry here, then you got stopped out. But so that's why you have to find the candles. then your Fibonacci's also play a big play in that. If you would have had your fibs um, from, let's say, from this top here, from, hold on, let's do the, what do you mean? Oh, oh, here? Oh, you just hit this wheel thing here. See this wheel? Yeah, right here on this wheel. This this wheel here. Looks like an eye now. See right there. Uh, you just pick whichever you want. You get these boxes here, and then you get a drop down. See, and then you pick whichever ones you want. You have to have it. It's right here in the corner on the chart. On all the charts. See on this one, you have to extend it. If you see if you extend it, it should be there, and then you get your so so here you would actually how would I do it from here to here, from there to there. There is yeah, from there to there. Well, hold on, let me backtrack. From here to there. Yeah, and then that will be your extensions there, right here. See here. So that was a 150. I think it's 150. Right there. Yeah. The 123. Yeah, 150. 161. So 150 area would have been like the entry for to go along here. But that's let's see how a lot of fibs. So the fibs kind of give you a better idea on how to enter the market. You just have to like practice on what you want to do. And look at the 1000. This is 1000. I think it's 1000. Yeah, 1000 tick chart. 1000 is going back to the highs. And this is your 4000 tick chart on the right. Red, green taking out green. I think everybody fell asleep. I think everybody fell asleep. So do you ladies have any more questions? So no more questions. No more questions. Here. I think I think I think they're all fell asleep. So and yeah, it's like been what 4 hours. It's been a long video for. I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it on YouTube, and people are gonna just gonna watch like the first 5 minutes. They're gonna watch. They're gonna watch the introduction only, and that's it. No, the I don't have the auto flips on this one. I can. You can use the auto flips, but since I'm using the tick chart, uh, I like to place them manually now. Because the auto would only it will place only based on the day chart. So like I could put the auto flip and it will place the longer time frame, like getting the high and the low, and then I still have to use the manual fibs for the pullbacks to figure out where I wanna enter long, um, or enter short, whichever direction I feel like going for that day. Um, but the yeah, the auto flips work fine. I mean, you can use the auto flips and have them placed on the tick chart, and then that could give you kind of an idea of where the market might go. But you still need to manually place uh, the pullbacks because the pullbacks are not going to be placed on on the tick chart. Like you could have, let's say for example, a 4,000 tick chart on the 5 day because that's the max you could go, and then you can have one 4,000 tick chart on a daily, and it's gonna give you different Fibonacci levels um based on the day on the days that you selected. Correct. S S S SMA S S SMA. Right. And then you could use the yeah you have at 14. Yeah, yeah. With the Hall moving average and the EMAs or SMAs, whichever you decide to choose, they're just average moving prices between the amount of time that you selected. Like if you select a 14 on the hue is the last 14 periods, last 14 candles. Um, the same way with the 200, is the last 200 candles. Um, that is basically an average for the previous candles based on that. Now the VWAP it could give you a better understanding because it's based on volume weighted average price. So that is the average price that buyers are basically paying for that, or you know what I'm saying. So Right. Yeah, yeah, like if it's below the VWAP, well then if you're long biased like myself, I would buy at the below it. You know what I'm saying? Because I would get a better price if it's below the volume weighted price. If I buy above it, well then I might not get such a good deal on the contract. And if like when all this election is over or whatever, depending on the price that the market is at, I'm just gonna buy like 4 contracts for next year, for next December, and just hold them. You know what I'm saying? I did that with YM, and I just closed them a few days ago and stuff. So, and I was long at 24,440. I think the YM is about 27, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So, so um, if you're, and that was just on micros, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't um full contracts on the YM. So that's, that's something that you have to think about. If you want to look at long term, that's a way that you could do it. Yes, 27.8. So yes, I got out. I got out for what, 3,000? Yeah, 3,000 points on YM. On YM, no, I had 5 contracts on YM, but I had micro contracts. I didn't have full con. You know what I'm saying? But even a micro contract, uh, 50 cents per point. You know what I'm saying? 3,000 points. You still profit decent. You know what I'm saying? And the margin requirement is like 1,050. It's like 1,100, I think now, since the YM has increased. So if you have $1,100 on your account and you long the YM and just hold it, you would have doubled your money on that one contract. So you just have to like we just have to like be patient um on on the trade. But um I'm focusing. I have a lot of things I'm working on. Like I depend. I Okay, my backstory, and I think anybody that's been, I've been in Anna's room for about a year and a half, I think. I'm not really sure how long. And everybody that's known me, I started with micros. Okay, that's how my journey started with futures. Anna invited me to her group a while back, and she used to do a lot of SPX on her group, and I used to follow a lot of her trades and stuff. Um, and then she posted, a few trades for the minis, but I wasn't comfortable trading minis then. I was trading micros at that time. Um, and I started with MES because that was what she was trading. She was trading the ES. Um, and then she started trading the NQ more. So then I started trading the M and Q. So that's how I can. Yeah. Talking about Anna, from Anna Group. Yeah, yeah, Anna, Anna used to trade the SPX and NDX all the time. Um, Yeah. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think she does. She started back doing credit spreads and stuff. So yeah, it's just all basically evolve. You evolve and figure out what makes you money, and then you just, I mean, you just stick to that. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I know a guy. I know a guy that well, I'm in a group that a guy does iron condors on Spy on a weekly basis, and he goes 90% out of the money. So he sells credit spreads out of the money, but he's averaging, but he doesn't sell like 10. He sells like 100, 200, credit spreads, but they're like out of the money, like 92%, 90% out of the money that he knows that it might not even get touched. And he does this every week, and he just does that, and that's why he makes his money. He won't do anything else other than credit spreads 92% out of the money and stuff. So right, yeah. Well, if you sell credit spreads, you need like a lot to back that stuff because it's credit spreads. It's even out of the money. You might make like $8, but your capital requirements like 2,000 to make $8. But people do it. People do it. I mean, if you sell 100 contracts like that at $8, man, that's $800 every week. You know what I'm saying? And you're looking at, you know, basically you put in 200. If you're looking at a margin requirement at 2,000 at 90 something percent out of the money, and you're doing 100 of those, I mean, you're looking at $200,000. We're basically margin requirement to only make $800. You know what I'm saying? That is like a lot of money put on the line to make 1%, basically. You know what I'm saying? Well, less than half a percent. You know what I'm saying? But if you do it consistently, well, then you're never, yeah, you're never gonna lose. Just you're never gonna lose money because it's consistently you're making it the same way. And then if the market goes up and you just keep buying, selling credit spreads, 92% out of the money, 92% of the money, 90% of the money. You know what I'm saying? And he goes like a week out or 2 weeks out, and he just like racking that stuff. He did out of the money uh put credit spreads on Apple, and I think he posted his P&L last week. It was like $250,000. Yes, yes, on Apple. Yeah. So, but he found what it works for him. You know what I'm saying? Or this individual. Right. Like if you learn how to trade the NQ, let's say you have 100 grand, and you're like, okay, well, with 100,000 on TOS, you could only buy 4 contracts, five probably the most. Okay, 100 grand on M futures, you could buy, what's that? 300 divided 100,000 divided by 300. That's what, 300 contracts are on there. 250 contracts. You know what I'm saying? So if you buy that many contracts, I mean, you could take 2 points if you buy 200 contracts. You know what I'm saying? You buy 200 contracts. I don't know if the broker is gonna allow you to buy 200 contracts at one time, but I know you could buy up to 20. You know what I'm saying, at a time. Even at 20 contracts at 3 points per on the NQ. I mean, that's 60 times 20. That's, you know 1,200. Yeah, $1,200 and just 3 ticks. Now, if you like, if you want to be like Irene, take a trade at 300 and exit at 330. You know what I'm saying? um, 30 points times 20. You know, yeah, that's $600 times 20 contracts. I mean, that's 12,000. Yeah, 12,000. You know what I'm saying? So, but you also have to risk that much money. You know what I'm saying? You have to also risk a lot more money like that. So, but that's the kind of the risk that you have to take with the larger account if you want to get in and out. Yes, that's the thing that you have to figure out. You have to be comfortable of what you want to lose. If you're not comfortable losing your yeah, you're just gonna have to like shorten your stop. But like some people put like 3 point stop, 4 point stop. I don't see any way that you could put a 3 point stop on NQ and not get stopped out. There is no way. I've never. Yeah, I mean that's like a lot. Like I don't see, like, maybe on the ES because it moves like a turtle, but on NQ I don't see anybody making anything out of a 3 point stop loss because you're gonna get stopped out on the 3 points. Even 5, 10 is kind of a okay. Now 15 you're in the mid range, 20 you're in okay zone. You know what I'm saying? 30 points away, now you're in okay zone. Now you make 50 points, stop loss. Well, now you're in the super okay zone. Now, if you're trading the micros, 50 points, it's only $100. You know what I'm saying? And then you still could make, and still you could still make, um 400. You know what I'm saying? Because I posted that trade on Friday. Yeah, on Friday. Long at 270, I think. That's what the NQ was like, the low, I think, on Friday morning. Or Friday, yeah, Friday, no, not Friday morning, Thursday night. I'm sorry, Thursday night. Going into Friday morning. And then if you would have even taken a micro on that area and you would have held it, you would have got 300 points on that trade. You know what I'm saying? Even a micro at 300 points is $2 per point. You would have made $600. And the micros only cost on Ninja Trader and even an amp, it's like $50. So let's say, for example, you took a long and you wanted to raise $50. But then instead of doing 50 points, you could have done 25 points. Okay, a stop loss. So that's your $50 because you're risking 50. You know what I'm saying, to make more money. So you still would have, if you wouldn't want to have like 50 point stop loss on a micro, you could have just raised them a value of the contract, which is $50. So if you raise $50 on a micro and it goes your way, well, guess what? You're gonna make you're gonna make money. You know what I'm saying? You could have made risked $50 on that trade, but you would have made $600. You know what I'm saying? In a few hours, in a few hours and stuff. So, but that's a lot of people think that you cannot make money on micros. You can. You just have to do the same thing you do with minis. You have to find the trend, find the find the entry, and do a larger stop loss. You know what I'm saying, on the micro, because it's gonna take you a lot more time to make decent money. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna make a lot of money on 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. You know what I'm saying? You have to get above 100 points to make any money, decent money on a micro. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have a larger stop loss on the micro to kind of keep with the trend. Um, but wow. Uh huh. Wow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Once you develop a system, you figure out what works for you. So once you develop that, you just stick to that, and I think that's what you guys are having problem with. You guys are like jumping from strat from strategy to strategy to strategy to strategy, and not work given any time. Like Irene said, oh, she's like, oh yeah, I'm already switch over to tick chart without trying it out. she, she had, yeah, you have to find something that, or I had to find something that, like I could still trade off of time frames. You know what I'm saying? But I personally would not go back to time frames because I found that tick charts. I tried tick charts a few months ago, like earlier in the year, but I couldn't figure it out because I was trying everybody else's numbers, you know, like the 500, 1,000, 2,000, and then I watched a video that somebody was using a 4,000, a 5 and a 6, and I was like, well, let me try this, and see how it works. If it doesn't work, what do I have to lose? You know what I'm saying? I just go back to my old thing or whatever. So then that's how I started using the 4,000 tick chart, which a lot of people are like, how did you come up with that number? I was like, I don't know. I just watched a YouTube video from somebody else and I get I gave it a try. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's been working for me for the past 2 weeks and stuff. So now moving forward, comparing it, and you guys saw comparing a 5 minute chart to a tick chart, if you would have exited earlier, and it's not bad, if you would have exited earlier, it's not bad taking profits. But look at this red can. I mean, okay, we would have got stopped out here, but then we still could have gone long, above here. Once it broke this, look at this candle over here. You know what I'm saying? And the 1,000 tick chart, it's basically consolidating there. But look at the MACD, it's gone back up. The this year, is making a higher low, um, and then the look at the R is still going up. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's a no-brainer. I mean, it is a no-brainer when it comes to price action because this candles are being triggered by price and not by minutes. I mean, you could look at the minute chart, even the 3 minute chart. I mean, you still, you still could have got like all here and say, hey, I am along that area there, and then this, I don't even know what that candle is. Oh, right here, this candle here. So you could have used a 3 minute, like I reckon, to enter. See this, and then follow it with a tick chart. See this? This is the 3 minute open here. It's above the hole, and then it just went higher here. Or he can the 3 minute or the tick chart. Yes, like yeah, you could let's see. A lot of people use the Heikanaji, but I don't. So yeah, I guess you could say that. But the candles are no, then maybe because hold on. If I get the let me try something because I don't. Good night. 7 p.m. What's California time? So this so no, I'm in North Carolina. I'm in the I'm in the East Coast. So yeah, you have to get well. Good luck waking up early. I know 5 a.m. comes fast. No worries. You're welcome. Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye, people. I'm gonna post this on YouTube. Maybe the people watch 5 minutes. Maybe just the intro. I, it's a four. It's a 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't think anybody's gonna watch 4 hours and 30 minutes. But you're welcome. Bye bye. Good night.